How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this is the 26th live stream here on Carpathian Countryside. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. We're going to give it a few minutes before we get rocking and rolling here, but I see that there's already several people in the chat, so I hope everybody is having a really good day so far. Let's go ahead and catch up with the chat. As you can see, we are trying to fast forward into time because I am a silly, silly man who completely forgot to turn off the fast forward before he ran off to the bathroom before the stream started. So, needless to say, I kind of skipped through a couple of days on accident. So, right before the stream fired up, I went ahead and logged out. Thankfully, I wasn't on long enough for this to have auto-saved, because that would have stunk. And then, yeah, came back, and here we are trying to catch back up. So let's catch up with the chat here and go from there. If you haven't yet, go ahead and make your opinion known, though, before we get going with the chat. Pelinier is over. We have finished our Let's Play series on Pelinier. I had a ball making it, at an absolute blast, but now I'm in a quandary. I'm kind of in a crossroads here. I don't know where I want to go. So I narrowed it down to 4 maps in particular. So if you haven't yet, click on the poll, let me know where you think we ought to go from here. So far, it looks like we are almost overwhelmingly in Dredge Creek, Alaska. So that would be a good map to take up, I think. But, like I said, let me know what you think. Let's go ahead and get some of these eggs out of the way so we're not missing out on some additional revenue. There we go. And no, let's do... Nope. There we go. Haha. Now we're talking. So now we're back into the daytime. We're in November. We're going to, like I said, we're going to pick up... Whoa. Now we have scrambled eggs. But we're going to pick up right where we left off yesterday. The silage ought to be done by now because we skipped ahead today. And it was going way faster than I thought it was going to originally. So I'm pretty pumped about that. That's likely what we're going to be working on for the most part here tonight, is getting rid of all that silage and, you know, selling it, making some money. Very curious to see where we're going to end up with that. So I'm going to load up all these egg pallets real quick, and then we're going to catch up with the chat. Then we're going to get back to work. Like I said, we're just going to wait a minute or two before we get rocking and rolling here too deep, because just want to see if anybody else joins us. Let's see. Oh no, I missed a door. I find it if I walk with the egg pallet in front of me, for some reason I want to take off like Superman into the sky. It's not always the AI that messes with us here on Farming Simulator. Sometimes it's our own doing. But I will catch up with the chat in just a second. I'm going to give way more pallet space here. See? We started to. Nope. Can we not? I don't... Oh my goodness. Alright, fine. Let's just go this way. Alright, let's catch up with the chat. Like I said, make your opinion known in the poll. Let me know where you think we ought to go from here. So, we had Jonah, of course, right away, bright and early, before the stream even started, said this is going to be a good way to get the Monday started. Or paraphrasing, because unfortunately the poll is actually in the way. I can't read the very top line. So, let me see if I can see it in the other screen. No, of course not. Of course I can't. Gotta love it. Gotta love technology. So Jonah, hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. Philippa, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says, hi Jonah, hi everyone. How is everyone today? Doing fantastic. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Jody, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. Philippa also says, hi Jody. We got, Jody says hi to Philippa. We got Revere Time Todd. How are you doing? Hope you're doing hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Who says hi all. We got Bradford. How you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello everyone. Jody says let's do some good farming, buddy. I plan on it. We're gonna do a lot of it here today. Ken then says, yo people, Ken, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Philippa says hi Ken. Bradford with all the, well, not all of them, but good chunk of the emojis. Gotta love it. Jody says hi Ken. We got Bradford with no aliens. Yes, I second that. No aliens. We got Ken saying, I'm getting an update for FS25 before it launched. LOL. You know, gotta love those pre-launch updates. Gotta love them. That's, you know, I mentioned something about this not too long ago. That's kind of the good and the bad thing about the kind of way that gaming is taking place nowadays. Where it used to be, like back when I first started playing games for the Nintendo, the original Nintendo, you know, the little cartridge that you blew into, you up, down, up, down, up, down, you just kind of click it, and hope that it turned on. That Nintendo. And anybody who's played on one knows exactly what I'm talking about. The blowing in the cartridge and the up, down with the lever. You know what I'm talking about. Don't act like you don't. Anyways. Back in those days, the game had to be perfect. The moment you sold it, it's gone. It's no update, no anything. You're not going to just be able to come up with some kind of all of a sudden magical fix or anything like that. But nowadays, you know, because we have downloadable content, DLC, things like that, we have the ability to have updates and patches and just slow and steady increments, and things don't have to be perfect upon release. And it's kind of a double-edged sword. We get it to where, you know, yeah, we get these awesome games. They can be very great. But we all know, like with FS22, it came with a lot of issues. Right out the box, right off out of the starting gate, it was tripping over itself. It couldn't get out of its own way. The trees, the trailers, pretty much everything at one point or another was broken. It was really bad. But over time, Giants fixed it, patched it, did all these different things, different updates. That wouldn't have flown back when I was first starting playing on the Nintendo. That wouldn't have happened. And not only would that not have happened, that would have completely tanked a company. That would have completely put them out of business. If you put out a product that was severely broken and you had a bunch of people buying it, and now all of a sudden all those people are wanting refunds, returns, and all that stuff because you screwed up, you're not going to be a company with a good reputation. People aren't going to buy anything from you after that. And it was good. It made for good quality control, but it's also kind of a bad thing too. I mean, anyways, let's see. Jody says it's been a good day. Awesome, Jody. Glad to hear it. Ken says, what up, Jody? Jody says, can't wait to hear more news FS25. 100% cannot wait. We got Jody also saying, I decided to do Old Stream Farm. Very nice. That's a good map. Very good map. Revere Time Todd says, I'm 35 hours into Dredge already. Ooh, very nice. So we've got kind of a little bit of a bias going there, Todd, I presume. Let's see. Your Worst Nightmare says, how you doing, Worst Nightmare? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, can I play with you? I appreciate it, Nightmare, but unfortunately this isn't a multiplayer game. It's not on a multiplayer server or anything like that. Because I'm just so sporadic on time and when I can stream, when I can't, I tend not to do it with other people. So, unfortunately, I appreciate the gesture, but not tonight. Ken says, Brady! Oh, and I missed Brady. Brady! How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hello, everyone. Ken says, Brady. Ken also shows all the custom emojis here on the channel. Thank you, Ken. We got Bradford says, flipping eggs equals scrambled. That is right. The yoke's on me. Let's see. We got Jody says, I couldn't get into direct... I think that's Dredge Creek, Alaska. I think I just can't get into the map. My buddy, I think he can. That's certainly possible. I thought it was a really nice map. I think it's really good looking. And one of those, I kind of have some ideas. So I have a trajectory. That's why I picked the maps that I picked. So we'll kind of see how it goes and the way it kind of works out. So... we'll kind of see and go from there. But the way that I'm planning the next series to go, I think it's going to be, you know, pretty easy for the way I'm planning it to go in any one of those directions. Go for any one of those maps, I should say. So I think we'll be good to go. Let's see. And there we go. Now, where was I? Let's see. Jody also says, how's your baby doing? Mine is doing real good. Glad to hear it, buddy. My kids are doing fantastic. Got one in her bed sleeping at the moment, and the other one's on her mother also sleeping. So it's a quiet household at the moment. Jody says, I used to have a Nintendo 64. Same here. I used to have games from pretty much all the different series and whatnot. I mean, going throughout the entire catalog. I had like the old Nintendo, the Nintendo Super Nintendo, the Genesis, the Nintendo 64, going on to... I even had a, what was it, the GameCube at one point. I even had the 32X, the old Sega 32X system with it was like the original CD drive, the Sega CD. So yeah, there's a Sega 32X, which was supposed to be like the little like port that you would click into things, and it only played certain games where it was 32 bits. Then there was a Sega CD, which that was a huge failure. Then like the Sega CD, then GameCube, and what else? Got into, I pretty much had every single PlayStation going up until about PlayStation 2? Question mark? And then got into the Xboxes, and that's pretty much been my home ever since. Let's see. Where am I? Let's see. Ken says, Nightmare is asking BDD. Yes, I actually answered that. Let's see. Bradford says, Atari before your time. No, actually, I actually played Atari too. Actually, no, I did own an Atari. I forgot about that. For a very, very brief window, because I remember I used to play Pong on it. That was about all that I played on it back in those days. I was really, really, really young when we had that. Let's see. Nightmare says, okay. Jody says, I think they're putting a lot more effort into this one. 100%. In 25, there is going to be no comparison. 25 to 22, in my opinion. I think that there's so much more that's being added. One, because of the removal of consoles. The old school consoles. Them doing that is going to allow them to actually really up their game. So yeah, I mean, just all the stuff that they're putting in so far, really looking forward to it. Let's see. Ken says, playing solo. Custom, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hi, BDD. Jody says, Team BDD. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate it. Custom says, I said I would be here for this stream, and I'm here. I appreciate it, Custom. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Ken says, Custom, what up, dude? Philippa says, Team BDD. We got some Team BDD in the house. I love it. Todd says, I had Pong. Yes. I mean, there was only just a handful of games on the Atari, but, I mean, for what it was amazing. It was amazing. I remember the other, one of the other ones, it was had the little spaceship at the bottom, and it would shoot beams up into the sky. I forget, it wasn't asteroids. What was it called? I can't remember what it was called, but anyways, I had that game, but I vividly remember I didn't like it because I was so young. I didn't like it because I would always lose. So it was like, I don't like this game, and just kind of, went away from it. Jody says, that's what I said. The same, everybody got their kinds of maps they like. 100%. And Custom says, long time no see. I know, right? Space Invaders, Ken, thank you. That is exactly right. Thank you. Now, let's go ahead and get rocking and rolling. Let's see. So, like I said, we got all that silage. It should be done. We got tons. Let's take a look. Oh, man. So, yeah, it's been kind of a roller coaster of a day. It's been a good day. Don't get me wrong. I'm in a very, very good mood today. Is it not done? I thought it would be done by now. What happened? 80%? Oh. Okay. Well, if that's the case, we'll just figure out something else. We got contracts? Oh, we got contracts. We got sugar beets. Oh, we got a couple plowing. Let's do the plowing. Let's get 18. Let's get 20. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. Ooh, and we got a, whoa, $40,000 hay contract? Where's that one at? 17. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this. We'll use our equipment on that. Okay, so let's get everything all kind of situated out here. Where's my tractor? What'd I do with it? No. Oh, that's right. I forgot I put, I was putting stuff in here. I think it was doing water. Was that it? Where is... Ah! Okay, I was making seeds from wheat. That's good. Oh, that's right, because we were making lime. That's what it was. I forgot about that. Let's see. Lime, 51,000 liters. Okay, that's right. Okay, because we did all the... Oh! Hello, I completely forgot. Oh my goodness. See, that's the problem about doing multiple maps and trying to keep everything straight. It is really hard for me. I forgot we did all the plowing, pretty much all the everything here, and we were going to do, what were we going to do? Were we doing cotton? Cotton seems to be sticking out in my head for some reason. Yeah, that's right. It was cotton because I said I could plant it in February. That's right. Okay, now I remember. Now things are coming back to me. Haha. All right, let's go ahead and park this trailer. We don't need this anymore. We got as much water as we need in here. And then we're going to go grab our mower. We're going to get to doing that. Let's park it right here. There we go. Let's see, I've got $140,000, so I don't have a ton of money. Ooh, let's squeeze through here. And we're going to be doing hay on this one, so oof. All right. So what I'll do is I'll send a worker to take this over to 17. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll send a worker, 17, and go from there. All right, so we'll stop here, go here, that. There we go. Let's see. So we had, let's see. Todd says, no, the pre-Atari Pong that was Pong and oh yeah, with the 2 paddle wheels. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Oh man. I know what you're talking about, but I'm that was probably one I didn't have access to. Let's see. Bradford says, I had around 100 games for my Atari before I upgraded to the NES. Wow. That's quite a bit of games. Did you, by chance, was any one of them the old E.T. game? Because that was the one game I vividly remember that was like just broken, just flat out broken, and so many people complained about it, and there was some kind of incident with the company that made it, and it pretty much tanked the entire business. Let's see. Jody says, love playing Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong's a great game. I haven't played that in years. Let's see. Custom says, I have to ask, do you know what drop shipping is? I believe I've heard the term before, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head. If you could elaborate, I'd appreciate it. Ken says, I used an old C64 Commodore PC. Those early games, LOL. Oh, yeah, the old Commodore. Didn't they have, like, the what was it, like, the big old, not floppy disk, but, I mean, it was essentially a floppy. But it was the big old, like, wide one, like, pre-floppy floppy. Let's see. Bradford says, had the Commodore 64. Nice. Whew. There we go. So I am seeing more and more votes roll in here, and I greatly appreciate it. Like I said, make sure that you are letting your voice be heard. Right now, Dredge Creek is far away in the lead. Now let's go ahead and work on these as well. We'll get these up and running. So we got, what was it, 18 and 20. So this one's probably 18, maybe. Got the Steiger. I love it. Love the big old tracked Steiger. All right, let's get this. Let's see. We're going to take this one here. Here we go. Oh, I don't remember turning this one on. That's weird. Oh, it's the only bugger about this specific tractor. This style, like the actual like tracked ones, is they turn on a dime. Like they are hairpin turn tractors, and they are really, really lurchy because of it. Let's see. There we go. Get that one going. Perfect. All right, now back to. Did I seriously turn that off? And, you know what? I better repair this tractor. It's going to be an absolute nightmare going up and down these hills if I don't. I should have done it beforehand. I should have been paying attention. Ay. That's all right. Anyways. So, one thing that I wanted to talk about here tonight that I don't normally have to discuss here on the channel. It's happens every once in a while, and mainly it's because it's not often that something like this actually happens. But I need to put something out there. So anybody who's familiar with the channel knows that I do a wide range of content, from live streams to Let's Play series to map tours and map updates. And here recently, I did a map tour on the farmhouse. And, well, okay, so funny story before I go into that. So I just so happened to get onto the mod hub, was kind of poking around trying to find a map to move to. As we can see here, we're voting on one right now. And as I'm sitting there just kind of, poking through, I realized, hey, there's this map called The Farmhouse, and I don't remember doing a tour for it. I don't even remember this map coming up. Well, I'm looking at it, and it's like, okay, I searched through my channel history, and I see nothing in regards to this map. And I'm like, what's the story with this? Why is this all of a sudden here? Well, I go through, and I'm like, okay, well, I got to do a map tour anyways. Let's get the map tour out of the way, and let's do this. So I ended up discovering this at like 2 in the morning, like 2 days ago. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll have to wait until the next day. I'm not going to be able to actually like record it the same day I discovered it, kind of thing. Well, after I discovered it and recorded it and did all that stuff, that's not what I meant to do. Let's see, repair, yes. Oops. Yeah, let's repair them both. Anyways. I had to, I did the tour, did all that stuff, and everything was fine, but I gave a pretty poor score. So again, anybody who's familiar with the content knows that I will do a tour, and the way I do it specifically, the way I do tours specifically, is I do the tour, I give as much of the factual information as I possibly can based on my walkthroughs and all that stuff. And as I'm going through and gathering up all this information and doing all this stuff, I record, I'm done, everything's fine. I didn't give it the greatest of reviews. Well, after that, things kind of go quiet. It's, you know, being received on the channel page and all that stuff, not a big deal. Well, it dawned on me, it's like, wait a minute. If this is something that was kind of hiding from me, let me see some other YouTubers and see if they've done map tours. And I saw that people like Farmer Cop and I think Farmer Klein and so on and so forth, all the big name ones had done a PC version of it. So it dawned on me, and then I read through the changelogs while I was doing the tour. It's like, it really kind of hit me then. It's like, oh, this must have been a PC release. It's new to consoles, and something must have happened to where when I did the tours for other maps on that day, it didn't show up, or there was some kind of like after hours posting of it when it should have been in with the rest of the group. So long story short, it was missed. I reached out to several other YouTubers, or I was looking through several other YouTubers, and one of them in particular, Mr. Seeley P, I reached out to. I said, hey, you know, I noticed that you've been doing this map tour series of maps that I missed. So it's like, take a look at this one, because I think this is one that you may have missed, and it was kind of a weird circumstance of why you would have missed it, because I did the same thing on my channel. And, you know, super nice guy, ends up reaching back out to me. He's like, huh, this is really odd. I don't remember seeing this in the changelog, and I remember this being like as a PC map kind of thing, or that it was, you know, kind of not available for consoles, so I just kind of breezed past it. So, and that's essentially what I did too. I just didn't have that level of information about it. So, cool thing was that Mr. Seeley P does his map tour on the farmhouse, and I believe it released sometime early this morning, and he actually gave me a shout out during his tour. And I'm like, that's really cool. That was really cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. It wasn't some big, like, oh, hey, go check out BDD Gaming, really cool kind of stuff. No, it was just a friendly, like, hey, you know, shout out to BDD, and I think he said the other guy that messaged him was Rob. Shout out to them, because they let me know that, hey, this was missing on my radar. So I thought that was really cool. It's like, hey, you know, Mr. Seeley P, somebody that I've kind of, you know, really admired and modeled the channel after, has kind of, you know, recognized me in a sort of way. I was like, man, this is actually really kind of cool. So it was a really kind of a good start to the day. I was really kind of, you know, like pumped up about it. Well, after a while, again, for those who know my tours and know my style of presenting map tours, will know that I give all the factual information first. And then after the factual information... Mark with the 13 months of membership. Thank you so very, very much. And Philippa with the 5 months of membership. Thank you very much. Anyways, I'll catch up with the chat here in just a second. I'll finish telling this. Actually, no, yeah, I'll go ahead and finish telling this so I don't get myself derailed here. So anyways, the day's going on, and or no, I'm sorry, I'm already derailed. So anyways, the way I do tours is I'll sit there and give all the factual information first, and then after the factual information and whatnot, the whole tour is done, I'll then render my opinion. I'll give my 0 to 5 scaled, the whole 9 yards. And I'll let you know exactly how I feel about it. You know, if I like it, if I love it, I'll let you know. I'll give you a 5 out of 5, and I'll tell you all the reasons why I love it, why I like it. If I don't like it, I'll do the exact opposite. I'll tell you exactly why I don't like it, but I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, well, this is, you know, I'm not going to hide the ball. I'm not going to sit there and just, you know, blow smoke kind of thing. And that's just how I am. going to let you know, and it's not out of a place of ill will or anything like that. And I specifically, whenever I give kind of harsher critiques on tours and whatnot, I tend to try and say, hey, this isn't personal. This isn't me trying to be mean or anything like that. This is me trying to relay the information that I feel would be beneficial to any future updates or anything along those lines. And nothing is said in, to be hurtful. It is just meant to be a kind of an FYI, a constructive criticism kind of thing. And I ended up getting kind of, I'm not going to say big time backlash, but I received some lickings this morning, of people. It's like, well, if you don't like it, then you build your own map kind of thing. That was one of the comments. Oh, if the map maker can do whatever they want. And it's like, I never at any point did I ever say that the map maker isn't able to do what the map maker wants to do. And as a matter of fact, in the tour itself, I said the exact opposite. It was me saying, like, look, one, constructive criticism. Two, I'm grateful for every single map that is out there, regardless of my feelings about it. If I say that if I gave it a 0, I'm going to be like, hey, I appreciate this map is out there because I'm not the arbiter of truth. I am just some guy on the internet who's going to let people know what I think of it. And that's it. That's all it boils down to. It wasn't from a place of malice or ill will. So, long story short, I kind of went back and forth with this person after they had reached out to me and left several messages. Several people, and several messages basically telling me all this stuff. And it's like, look, I appreciate what people are telling me as a means of feedback. It's not going to change my feelings, and it's certainly not going to change the way that I do things. It's one of those where I give my opinion because it's just that. It's my opinion. I'm going to let people know how I feel about it. And if I didn't, then I think people would be smart enough and be able to tell how I present the information, that if I'm stifling myself, I kind of wear my emotions on my sleeve, or how I feel about things on my sleeve. So even if I didn't just verbalize and say, hey, I don't like this, or hey, I think this is great, people are going to tell exactly how I feel about it based on how I'm talking about it. So it's one of those, I might as well just come out and say it. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and if somebody is upset with that, it's kind of a them thing, and not something that I'm certainly going to apologize over, because again, I say specifically, no ill will. No ill will. I'm not trying to be harsh or anything like that. And I even watched Mr. Sealy P's whole video, his whole map tour of it. And even he was saying something extremely similar to what I'm saying now. Not the whole, like, kind of standing his ground or anything like that. He was very much like, if I'm too harsh, then people comment and say this. If I'm too lax, then people are saying, oh, well, you're just hiding the ball, kind of thing. Well, I'm just going to take the slings and arrows as they come. And I hope that people appreciate that. I know many people have reached out to me and said, hey, I really like the honesty. I really like how you kind of carry yourself and just let people know this is how you think. So, and that's basically what I'm going to do. That's how things are going to continue. So, I hope people understand and appreciate the honesty. That's long story short. So let me get around to this side, and then we're going to set the worker off. After we set the worker off, I'll get the workers going on the other fields where they're plowing, and then we can actually start working on catching up with the chat, because I see that it's quite a ways. Let's see, and I'm seeing new faces in here. Kansas Wheat Farmer, how are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I will catch up with the chat here in just a second and make sure that I give everybody, you know, they're ample opportunity to be recognized here for making comments. Let's see. So let's go ahead. Let me see. What is going to be the best orientation? Probably over there. Yeah, we'll have them go kind of north to south. That's what we'll do. Go right here. And it looks like the farthest I can get out is maybe over here? Yeah. Yeah, here we go. So something like this, and there we go. So that, yeah, I think we're going to catch everything. Okay, so let's catch up with the chat. We are way behind. So let's see. Do. Okay. Ken says, nope. Custom says, it's more on the business side. It's where you take products and sell it for more than you bought it for. Oh, gotcha. So almost like an Amazon kind of business, I guess. I don't know. I'm not like terribly familiar with it. Yeah, not really sure. Jody says, how's everyone tonight? Doing fantastic, Jody, like I said. Todd says, you're talking the 8-inch, 5.5, and 3.5 floppy. 8 was the original. That's right. Oh, man, that's blasting from the past right there. Bradford says, I don't remember ET. Not sure if that has my inventory at the time. Bradford says 5.25, not 5.5. Gotcha. Custom says, I just asked since I have been working on the store that could make a lot more money so I could buy a new PC. It's struggling. Oh, man. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm not terribly familiar with that style of business, but, I mean, it's just one of those that you just got to find your market. You got to find where the best places are for you to be able to sell your product. Once you find your product and you find your customer base, then it's gonna start working out. But unfortunately, with the way that especially like e-commerce and stuff like that, Amazon, so on and so forth, we're all competing with pretty much everyone from across the globe. It's not just a local market anymore. You don't just set up a little pop-up shop in your local area and just like, hey, look at my goods anymore. It's you're competing with hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. And it's hard. It's really hard to get your product in front of their eyeballs. So you have to make sure that whatever it is that you're doing, whatever it is you're making, is going to catch eyes, is going to catch attention. And that's about all that I really know in regards to like that kind of business model. Let's see. Mark K says, hi, Dave. Hi, Mark. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Ken says, Mark K, how you doing? Mark says, pretty great. How are you? Ken then says, pretty sweet here. Mark says, heck yeah, Ken. And then we got the couple of membership chats from Mark and Philippa. Again, thank both of you so much for being long-term members. 13 months, over a year for Mark K. What a trooper. And about almost 5 months for Philippa. Again, thank you so much. Holy smokes, the whole chat just jumped on me. Here we go. Kansas Wheat Farmer says, hello, Kansas. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Mark says, how wholesome. I agree. Ken then says, Mr. Sealy P gave you a shout out when he did his review on the farmhouse, LOL. Yeah, I know. I was so pumped. I was so excited that he did that. I mean, it was one of those, like I said, I reached out to him and I just said, hey, I remembered seeing him doing the maps I missed. And I know personally, because I did something like that myself a long time ago, and I made an effort ever since then to make sure that I'm keeping up with all the maps, all the map tours, all the updates. I've been really vigilant, but that one snuck under my radar. And so I started looking around, like I said, at all the other YouTubers out there, big and small, at least the ones that are on my radar, for hey, is this something that people miss? I know Mr. Sealy P does consoles, so I was like, well, maybe. And I looked up his channel, and sure enough, it was missing. So I reached out to him, did a direct message, and he gave me a shout out. I was so stoked about that. So I was really pumped up this morning, and then kind of got a little wishy-washy after that. But again, really good day, all things considered. All things considered. Let's see. Jody says, planting some corn. Very nice. Mark K with the hearts. We got Ken says, welcome, Kansas. Kansas with the thumbs up. We got Ken with the waving. Also, more waving. Philippa with all the custom emojis here on the channel. Thank you so very much. Let's see. Ken says, big from me, the farmhouse map. And again, those who saw my tour, those who like, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And don't get me wrong, I understand when people really kind of get defensive about their maps. It wasn't the map maker that reached out and said all these things. It was individuals. I understand why people would get kind of defensive. I understand why people would be upset if I'm out there and I'm kind of bad-mouthing, quote-unquote, the maps. One, people can see this channel, regardless of a channel size, can see it as a kind of means of, I don't know, punching down or something like that. And it's, again, not me trying to attack somebody. So I don't see it as that. I refuse to accept that that's the way that it could be interpreted, because I specifically go out of my way to say, hey, this is not me trying to be mean. This isn't me trying to be hurtful, spiteful, anything like that. This is simply, one, my opinion, two, me trying to put out the information that I think would be necessary in order to better elevate this map. And don't get me wrong, I thought the map, from a kind of aesthetics standpoint, from a the terrain, undulations, things like that, I thought it was amazing. It was very unique and had a lot of personality to it. But I just thought the map was doing way too much. There was way too many things. And then people were telling me, oh, well, those I don't know, those plowed out areas that were next to the road that were only maybe not even a tractor's width wide. Oh, well, that's something that's very common in X, Y, and Z location. It's like, oh, you're naming locations that this isn't supposed to be a part of. This is supposed to be in Andalusia, which, as far as I'm aware, is the south of Spain. And they're telling me, oh, well, places like France, oh, places like this, places like that. And it's like, okay, I understand, it is what it is. If this is an actual thing, I was never aware of it. But one of those where the area that you're listing is not the area that this is supposed to depict. Is it the same in this area as the area that you're talking about? I don't know. I've never, ever have I seen anything like that. But I'm also not that well traveled. I've never been to, Europe, anything like that. I've been to Canada as the only foreign country. Well, that's actually not true. I've been in the Caribbean and all that stuff too. But long story short, I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing or if it's not a thing. So, like I said, I understand why people get defensive. I understand why people get upset. And especially after talking to several map makers personally, I understand where the defensiveness comes from, because a lot of these maps can take months, even years, to produce and to make. So you've got all this time, blood, sweat, and tears into a project, and to just have some person come around and say, oh, I don't like it. Yeah, if that's all I was saying, or if I was making it kind of ad hominem attacks or something like that, I could totally see where people could be really upset, really kind of, lashing out and whatnot. But I just don't feel like what I do when it comes to the negative criticism, especially when I sit there and say over and over and over again for all the tours that I don't care for, which is enough to fit into a handful of tours where I've said kind of really like not, I don't want to say not nice things, but not great things. You know, to point out and say, hey, this is something I don't like, and give it a poor score. So I guess all in all, at the end of it, just it is what it is. I'm not going to be bothered by it, by people getting upset that I'm telling what I think is wrong with it and going from there. So let's see. But yeah, Ken, 100% agree with you with that about the farmhouse map. Was not a fan. I think I gave it a 0.5 out of 5. Like, it was really, really low. There's one map that I've given lower grade to, and that was, I think, Southern Cross, Australia, I think. And the reason I gave that such a poor tour is it was one of the original maps that we got from the Mod Hub. It's very, very old by Mod Hub standards, and is broken. It has been broken ever since it was released, and the map maker never fixed it. And unfortunately, it's a very unfortunate, because it could have been a really good map. I think it was called Southern Cross Station, if I remember right. It could have been a really, really good map. It was very, like, nice looking in my opinion. But because of there being that, I think it's that parallax issue where if you go behind certain structures, it basically deletes and doesn't have everything appear where it's supposed to appear. Because of that issue, you can go into one of these mega facilities that's on the map and just everything disappears if you go into a certain area. And once that happens, it's just really kind of off-putting and jarring, and you having to go to these facilities all the time and seeing that is just no. And because it was, you know, it was so old, it was so broken, in my opinion, I gave it a 0. Actually, that was the only map I gave a 0 up until this point. Because at that point, I think it's unplayable at that point. So, anyways, Todd says, I'm back. Had to step away. Sounds like it need to roll backwards after. Oh no. Let's see. We got Ken says, that's my personal opinion on the. Yeah, right there with you, bud. Right there with you. Well, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. The FS Encyclopedia is here. Yes, he is. Absolutely fantastic. We got Philippa says, hi, Will T Gaming. We got Jody says, it's good to be honest. And that's what it all boils down to. That's what it boils down to with me, is I'm giving my honest opinion, and in hopes that it is used for just some constructive criticism. Just some, like, hey, look into where if the feedback gets back to the map maker. And I've had this happen. I've had map makers see my map tours and be like, hey, you know, I really appreciate you letting me know that this X, Y, and Z was broken, or X, Y, and Z you didn't care for, and they've actually made those updates. I can think of I think it was oh my goodness, I believe it was an Australian map, and Yarrow Valley? I don't know. It was something along those lines. And the map maker's like, hey, you know, I appreciate you making the tour video for it, and I also appreciate you giving me your opinion, because it gave me focus as to what to work on, what things need to be looked at in order to kind of go from there. And that's all it's intended to do. So let's see. We've got Jody also says, hi to Will T Gaming. We got Ken says, Will T, great stream before. Yeah, I know, but I'm so sorry that I missed it. I was working at the time, so there was nothing I can do about it. I wish I was able to be there. Art by Elizabeth Keel. How you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. She says, I think that people who can't accept criticism on their designs should endeavor to take it in stride. I doubt you eviscerated the map, and even if you did, it's just one man's thoughts, and why not? And that's it. I don't feel like I was being mean or harsh or critical. It was, well, I was being critical, but it was not without saying, like, this is what I feel is wrong with it. This is what I was giving exact reasons for exactly what it was that I thought was an issue. So it's one of those, like I said, I'm not going to be too worried or upset over it. I know I've kind of spent a while kind of discussing this and talking about it, but it's just one of those, one, kind of want to vent about it, two, just throwing it out there again. Elizabeth with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Elizabeth, so much. I greatly appreciate it. Let's see. We got Elizabeth also says, artists of all types must understand that these designs are intimate and personal to us. And once we release it into the world, it's just going to come back to you in one way or another. And also, hi, Dave. Hi, Elizabeth. And that's it. That's it exactly. There is nothing above criticism. There's nothing above critique, in my opinion. And the moment that you put something out into the world, you should expect it to have some kind of criticism one way or another. Now, there is a difference between criticism and being mean. And, going into like the personal attacks ad hominems, saying, oh, well, I just think this is dumb or whatever. Like, that's not a valid criticism. But what I was doing in the tour afterwards, saying, hey, the water, because it's in such large piles on the floor, the wet dirt looks like epoxy. And it's not necessarily an issue with the map maker themselves. It's an issue with the quantity at which they are using on the ground in certain areas. Just makes it look really like reflective and shiny and just not appropriate, not a good look. There was also a very limited amount of color palettes on it, so not having those additional color palettes makes it, again, limiting as to what kind of fixes that we can do in order to try and compensate for the original design. Let's see. And so on and so forth. There was just a ton of different things where I was like, hey, this is an issue. This is an issue. This is an issue. And like I said, I don't feel like it could make up its mind. The one thing that really kind of rubbed me the wrong way was the map maker themselves put a tag, like their own signage, into the map. And what I mean by that is they actually made a field up in the northeast corner of the map. The map maker was Truck 69. And they put a 6-9 in the top right corner of the map. So it was just like, meh. Like, okay, I understand that you're kind of putting your own personal spin on it, but you're kind of blurring the lines of Farming Simulator versus a kind of personal shout-out kind of thing. And that was the other critique that I had, is that the map just couldn't make up its own mind. It couldn't get out of its own way to decide whether it wanted to be a map that was beautiful, a map that was for testing, a map that was for kind of limited purposes, a map that you could just kind of, tool around with and play on. Like, it was just, there was a bunch of different things that was just kind of, all kind of wrapped up into one. So it was just weird. It was just a kind of hodgepodge of all these different kind of elements to it. It was all just kind of smashed into one. Let's see. Will says, hey, Philippa. Hey, Jody. Hey, Ken. And thanks. I sent some amazing screenshots to BDD. Yes, and we will get into those here in just a little while. We got, Ken says, no problem, Will. Me too. LOL. Yes, you did. Again, we'll show those off here in a little bit. We got Bradford says, we'll throw the book at you. LOL. Yeah, and that's kind of how it was. Will, are you trying to kill me? I should plant carrots and use the small, like, okay. So, my brother-in-law watches the channel and sometimes will engage in the channel. And he was throwing out how... Thank you for the $20, by the way. Sorry, I just kind of trailed off there, just focusing on the message. But my brother-in-law, he watches the channel, and he'll sit there and interact every once in a while. And he's like, Dave, man, you ought to do a 24-hour live stream. You ought to do a 24-hour live stream. It would be, oh, you should do it. You should do it. You should do it. I'm like, are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to get my marriage to end? Are you like trying to sabotage me in at whatever way? This is the exact comment I will make back to you, Will. Are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to set up a 24-hour stream? Because that's the amount of time it would take in order to get that done. Are you trying to sabotage me? Come on! But again, I appreciate the super chat and I appreciate the $20. Thank you so very, very much. But Bradford says, we'll throw the book at you. And that's it. There's some people who, doesn't matter how much you preface, doesn't matter how much you kind of say, hey, this is just for constructive criticism, so on and so forth. They're going to just hammer you for it. And like Mr. Seeley P said, it's going to be in one direction or another. You know, either you're too hard on people or you're too light on people. And that's why I'm going to render my opinion. I'm going to tell people what I think. And it's not to offend anybody, but if it offends, that's a them problem. That's it. That's it. Because I will sit here until I'm blue in the face and say, it is what it is. And I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm not trying to be mean. But if you're going to read into it a level of malevolence to it or ill intent, then that's a you problem, not a me problem. So that's how I'm going to go. That's how I'm going to go. And I hope that it doesn't offend. I hope it doesn't drive people away, because I believe in honesty. I believe in telling people how things are from my perspective, and if they don't appreciate it, then sorry, that's a you problem. So anyways, Will says, book Bradford. I found out from Lancey Boy on the why he did what he did. I let everyone know that is why it is important to stay in contact with the modders. 100%. Yes. So Will on his Facebook page posted as to what was going on with Lancey Boy and how he ended up peeling out pretty much all. I'm not sure if it was all his mods or if it was just like some of them, but yeah, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Sounds like they're going to be coming back here within a relatively short amount of time, which is thankfully they're coming back, because I know Lancey Boy, he's been catching a lot of grief here lately, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about with this stream tonight. So far, is there's going to be people out there that no matter what you do, no matter how you say, no matter what it is that you put out there, they're going to be just relentless in one way or another. And it's so much relentless to the fact for Lancey Boy that he stopped making mods, he stopped making maps for 22 and all this stuff. Like he's gone through extreme lengths and measures because of all the kind of backlash that he's been getting, and it's not deserved. It is not deserved whatsoever, because he puts out some amazing stuff. He puts out amazing maps, amazing mods, and anybody who's giving him, like, again, criticism's fine. Criticism's absolutely fine. What's not fine is attacks. What's not fine is people going out and lashing out in whatever way. That's not acceptable. So if there's people out there who's giving Lancey Boy a hard time, stop it. If there's people out there who are giving anybody in the community a hard time, stop it. Stop. Grow up. Stop acting like a child. And just calm down. Number one, it's a game. At the end of the day, this is a game. Chill out. You don't need to be sitting there and practically ruining people's, fun, good time, their mods, whatever. You don't need to be hammering on people because of X, Y, and Z reasons. You know, again, I don't know any of the details, like the whole, like, what exactly is being said to drive Lancey Boy to such extreme measures in any direction, but I doubt it's like, hey, you know, this particular mod is kind of wonky, you know, you ought to check it out kind of thing. I doubt it's like that. My guess, it's more of what I'm saying is the wrong part of this conversation, which is, you know, the extremes. The extremes of, oh, well, this is dumb, you're dumb, like the attacks, the whole 9 yards. That's my guess. Again, I don't have any examples. I don't know exactly what's being said, but that's my guess. I would really, really doubt that a actual piece of constructive criticism is being taken to such a extent from Lancey Boy's end. So, anyways, Elizabeth says, no punching down, no attacks. Helping your viewers with the content from your experience and opinions is a kind thing, not an attack. Sorry you got the DMs, but don't let the haters get you down. And that's it exactly. Nothing is going to get me down. Like I've said this many, many, many times, it takes a lot for me to get down on anything, because there's a lot worse things that can be going on in my life, in anybody's life, than just some mean words on the internet. So, not something that I'm going to let ruin my day. Certainly not going to let it ruin my day. Let's see. Bradford says, encyclopedia, a book. Yes. Throw the encyclopedia at him. Oh my goodness. We got Will says, I got 2 shout outs by Lancey, Looney Farm before. Oh, Looney Farmer. Gotcha. Before. It's definitely a great feeling. Yeah. Oh, and that's it. That's it exactly. It was the reason that, like I said, that I was so tickled with Mr. Sealy P giving me a shout out. Like I said, it's not like it was some like big, huge thing. It's not like, oh, hey, go check out BDD's channel. Oh, hey, go check out BDD. He's a great guy or anything. No, it was just a, hey, BDD helped me or informed me that this is something I missed. You know, that's, whoa. Well, I didn't think about that before doing this. What? Why did he stop here? Anyways. So I think this one was for 18. But it was one of those where somebody with 100,000 followers, as Mr. Sealy P has, not to sound all fanboy or anything like that, but it was like, hey, you know, somebody with 100,000 followers, that's something I aspire to one day. You know, if it happens, amazing. I would be thrilled with that. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. And at the end of the day, I'm happy with what I got, but getting that level of, I guess, acknowledgement from somebody who's that well accomplished is something special. I guess if that makes sense. It's just, I don't know. It's a nice feeling when somebody that big takes the time out of their day to kind of like recognize you as an individual. You know, kind of a good example and a really awesome story. One of the nicest gifts my wife ever gave me, ever. I'm a huge Detroit Red Wing fan. A huge Detroit Red Wing fan. I've been a huge Red Wing fan since the 90s, the early 90s. And one of the things that she has done for me is, one, she kind of became a Red Wings fan because of me. And she ended up going out and doing this kind of contest where she basically enrolled into this program where she could potentially have people from the team, from the Detroit Red Wings themselves, like reach out and make a custom message for me. Now, it wasn't one of those like, hey, you know, pay for the message. Like, I forget what the website is actually called where you can actually do something like that. But there is a website out there where certain artists, certain celebrities, you pay them, X amount of money and they make you a custom message kind of thing. It wasn't that. She actually, entered into a contest and won and got a custom message from at the time, an active Detroit Red Wing player. His name was Justin Abdelkader. And it was awesome. It was one of the coolest gifts that my wife ever got me because, one, it was something extremely custom, extremely personal, and it was just a really cool kind of feeling. But it was also like, hey, this person who I've followed pretty much his entire career, which spans over almost 20 years. 20 years of my life that I've been watching this particular player, on the ice. I've cheered for, that I've been really kind of invested in. Acknowledged me personally, acknowledged my wife in this same message because, oh man, I don't like these tractors. Acknowledged me personally, acknowledged my wife, saying, hey, it's, an obvious thing that she really cares for you because she worked really hard to get this message out and to get all the information that we needed and such and so on and so forth. And it's like, man, that's really cool. So huge shout out to Mrs. BDD and what an amazing gift that was. And just, like I said, it's that kind of process, that thought process of, hey, somebody that is a celebrity, somebody that people recognize, on the daily. It's like, hey, they gave me a shout out. So it's just cool. It's really, really cool. All right, so we've got, let's see, whoops. Ken says, we all support BDD and channel. I appreciate that, Ken, very much. Thank you. We got, Will says, Bradford, gotcha, LOL. And 100% Ken. Bradford says, by the way, Will T, 3:30, 9.5 pounds. 3:30 p.m., 9.5 pounds. Oh, are we talking about a baby? Congratulations, brother. Bradford, elaborate. Are we talking about a little one? If so, congratulations, man. That's awesome. If not, and it's something else, then I don't know what we're congratulating you for. Jody says, it's good to have structure of criticism or can learn of structure of criticism you can learn from to make things better. And that's it. That's it exactly. If it wasn't for constructive criticism, then there's no opportunity to grow. All you're going to get is a bunch of yes men that's going to surround you and be like, oh yes, this is amazing. And it's just a pile of garbage. I understand, like I said, I understand when people are sensitive about things. They spend time, they spend energy, they spend money, they spend all this different stuff. Oof. Oh, thankfully the tractor's getting out of that one. So it's not lost on me when people are like, hey, back off, or hey, and they're reacting very poorly to what it is they're being told. I get it. I genuinely understand. But it's one of those, you never grow if all you get is positives. If all you get are things like, oh yeah, you're great, oh yeah, you're fantastic, then you never get the opportunity to try and get better about what it is that you're doing. In any aspect, not just in gaming, but in life in general. If all you're hearing is all the positive things about you and about, the person that you are and all this stuff, then you're going to think oh, well, then why would I need to grow? Why would I need to grow as a person? Why would I need to, do better about anything? I'm perfect. I'm great the way I am. So, yeah, it's one of those where constructive criticism allows us an opportunity to grow, and it allows us the ability to be better as creators, as individuals. Like I said, if somebody were to sit here and say, hey, BDD, this is something that you do that I don't care for, I'm going to take it under advisement. I'm going to think about it and be like, hey, is what this person's saying accurate? Should I address this in some way, shape, or form? Should I, or should I discount it? Should I be like, no, this is something I'm doing on purpose, or this is, whatever. Like, I'm going to take it under advisement. I'm going to attempt to try and learn from it, to grow from it, and be better because of it. So, and that's all that I'm trying to do. We got Will says, I'm the one who mentioned Dredge Creek, Alaska to BDD. He is. Absolutely. We also got BDD is going to say that my map will stink. Only because we're friends. Only because we're friends and I'm taking a jab. Would I ever do something like that, Will? But, no, like I've mentioned before, I have a feeling that even if, after everything that you've kind of elaborated on, everything that you kind of brought to the table and said, hey, I want to do X, I want to do Y, I want to do Z, even if you only are able to do like 80% of what it is that you're talking about, I still think it's probably going to be an absolute scorcher of a map. An absolute scorcher. Now, here's why. Is that if you're only able to get 80% done of what it is that you're claiming that you want to get done, that still leaves us with a ton of amazing stuff for said map. So like I said, one of those that I'm not personally that worried that I'm going to have to be like, hey, Will, buddy, friend, this is kind of bad kind of thing, and this is why. Like, I'm not that concerned about it. And again, seeing the things that you've offered as kind of a preliminary kind of a tasting for the maps. Not that I've ever seen you create like within the editor or anything like that, but seeing your Alma maps, seeing your original one, seeing this new one, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And to see what you can do with just the console, seeing what you can do as a person with just 2 thumbsticks and buttons, and having the level of control, the level of detail, and the level of the eye, the thing that I always refer to as the eye, that kind of artistic vision that allows a person to be able to do all these different things. I'm not worried. I'm not worried whatsoever. So I think you're going to do fine. And I don't think that you're going to have to worry about a bad grade from me. Let's see. Will also says, can't wait for Friday to see the new fact sheets and to see the website update. Absolutely cannot wait for that one. We then have Ken says, no, he won't, Will, LOL. And shut up and take our money. As a matter of fact. Boop. Oh, man, I love it. Absolutely love it. Shut up and take my money. Thank you, Ken, for reminding me that we have that at the ready. Elizabeth with the $1.99 donation. I appreciate it, Elizabeth. Thank you so very, very much. We got Ken says, Ken, LOL. And then we got the $20 super chat from Will T Gaming. Again, says, BDD should plant carrots and use the smallest carrot harvester on the field he is mowing, LOL. Oh my goodness, we're just going to skip over that one. Will, I appreciate it, but you're trying to kill me, bud. Let's see. Todd says, I am surprised that Giants let the 69 get by. They stop David anytime he tries to put an 82 on any of his mods. Guess they really don't care as much now that 25 is coming. And that's definitely a possibility that they don't care, or that they just didn't. I don't want to say that maybe they didn't catch it, but maybe it just didn't dawn on somebody. I don't know. It's one of those. Like I said, that part of the map is one of the most, I don't want to say off-putting, but it's the most jarring, like out of farming simulator that things can be. So it's really hard for me to be like, oh yeah, hey, a field that's in the shape of a 6 and a 9, like, hey, that's awesome, that's great, that's fantastic, kind of thing. So one of those, it's kind of wild. It was, not gonna lie, it was really kind of just kind of, like I said, kind of off-putted by it. And like I said, that's not the only thing that I felt was wrong with that map. There was many things. So I need to go help the missus real quick, so I need to pause the stream. I will be right back as soon as possible. So hang on, and I will be right back. And I am back. Ooh, boy. We have one tired little girl off to bed. Thanks for hanging in there, everyone. Hope everybody enjoyed the little time out there from the stream here. Let's go ahead and keep on catching up with the chat. And we are going to go into... Actually, you know what? Before we catch up with the chat, let's get into some stuff that we have to get into for the channel purposes. So, we're going to start out with the Tier 2 and Tier 3 shoutouts. Starting with our Tier 3s. We've got Rail Fanning Jonah, Will T Gaming, aka FS Encyclopedia. We got Pipe and Paul, Ken Adlam, Philippa Thompson, and Luke Bernie King. Luke being the newest Tier 3 channel member, and Luke is having a birthday today, so big shout out to Luke. Thank you so very, very much for being the newest Tier 3 member, and thank all of my Tier 3 channel members. Greatly appreciate every single one of you. We also have our Tier 2 members, Mark K, Tad Wernberg, Jason M, the Tubster 92, Maxon, Joel G, Bradford Hambaugh, and Revere Time Todd. Thank you all so very, very much for being Tier 2 channel members. If you are interested in being being a channel member, go ahead and check out the link in the description below, or the join button also listed below, or on the main channel page. There you can gain access to things such as custom badges, custom emojis, early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series, which Pelinier just finished. That's brand new. That's why there's a voting poll right at the very top there, still going strong with 19 votes. Thank every single one of you who's voted for that, by the way. So you get the early access to edited content such as the Let's Play series and channel shorts. All that starts for Tier 1 members at 99 cents a month. Pretty good value for what you get there. Tier 2 members get everything I just mentioned before, plus a shout out every single live stream, just like what you just saw here. That starts at $4.99 a month. So again, pretty good value. You get all that plus a personalized shout out every single time. Then there's the Tier 3s. Tier 3s get everything mentioned before, plus they get a custom discount code to the channel merch store, as well as the ability to come on live on our live streams here on the channel. So I have an absolute blast hanging out with the Tier 3s, being able to come out here live and be able to just kind of go back and forth, question, answers, things like that. We really get to have some fun here on the channel. So that starts at $9.99 a month. So again, thank all of you so very, very much for being channel members and checking out the channel. Also want to give a huge shout out to all the subscribers here on the channel. We've got quite a bit of subscribers. At last count, I think it was 2,066. Doing really strong here on the channel. Really, really loving it, and just want to give you all a big shout out because you all deserve it. Thank you all so very, very much for being subscribers to the channel. Also want to give a shout out to the P.O. Box. P.O. Box 6136, Hudson, Florida 34674. There you can send me things that you want to send me for the channel. The only thing I ask is that if you send me anything, please, 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 make sure that you include your YouTube name. That way I can give you the proper shout outs that you so longly deserve. Oh. So I need to make a correction. Let me go back to the other screen real quick. So at the very bottom there, it says, I've been pronouncing this wrong for a very long time, and I just got a heads up. This isn't Revere Time Todd. As I thought, it's Reaver. Reaver Time Todd. Reaver, thank you so much. Apologize for mispronouncing your name, but thank you for correcting me. Again, constructive criticism. There we go. Oh my goodness. Back to it. Also want to give a shout out to the merch store, like I mentioned earlier. Go ahead and check out some of the stuff we got there. Really, really good stuff, and it comes highly reviewed. Every single person that has bought something from the store has said such great things about it. Will T Gaming right there on the screen there has bought a nice little sweater there from the store. Also have Rail Fanning Jonah, who's bought that one and only shirt from the store. We got Jody right there on screen, bought another shirt. And we also got Philippa Thompson, who is going to be showing up here in just a second. So again, thank all of you so very, very much. Go check out the store and check out all the different stuff we have. We have shirts, we have hats, we got mugs, we've got just about anything that your heart desires. And we've got the Jasper shirt there on screen. We've got It's Gonna Be a Good Day t-shirt there. There's Philippa right there. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Bad day on the farm is better than a good day in the city. Yes, I 100% stand by that statement. 100%. Anyways, again, thank you all so very, very much. Now, back to what we were doing here on Carpathian Countryside. Holy smokes. And we've got a load of messages. So, let's catch up with them. Where was it? I believe we left off with Jody saying to Will T Gaming, got 635 hours playing Farming Simulator. Holy smokes. Wait, did I miss something? Oh no, okay. Sorry, it just came through the messaging board just really weird. Then we got Will saying, nice Jody. Reaver Time Todd said to Will T Gaming, this isn't a Faber stream, LOL. Oh, no, I miss a Faber. I don't know. Wait a minute. I missed something there. Todd, if you can elaborate, I appreciate it. Will then says, the utter silence from BDD, Will, that super chat, it had me dying. Oh, yes. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I know what the comment means now. I know what it means. It's another streamer that, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Will then said, LOL to Todd. We got Ken that says, yep, took BDD by surprise. Will, yeah, I think it would catch a lot of people by surprise. Hey, why don't you go and do, 20, 30 hours of work at the smallest bit of equipment in one of the largest fields on the map? Yeah, no. Feel like that Family Guy character, the little maid. It's like, no clean, no. Yeah, no. Will, no. I appreciate it. I appreciate the super chat greatly. But you're trying to kill me. You're trying to cause harm. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's see. Will also says, I talked to him and I'm the one who convinced him to return. I think it's messed up that people are this way. I told him to block the morons who say negative things. He is all for it. And that's it. Number one, good on you. Good on you to help convince him to come back and to not take these things so personally. It's one of those that at the end of the day, there's going to be negative and bad people out there. And there's nothing that's going to be done about it. There's nothing that's going to be done about it, nor necessarily should there be anything done about it. Now, if they do or say something that's against the law, then absolutely. All day, all night, hammer them. Put them away for breaking the law. Do whatever is necessary at that point. But mean words, in my opinion, shouldn't be outlawed. People should be able to voice their opinions, whether to one degree or the other, whatever it may be, even if it's, very poorly their opinion. But at the same time, it's one of those, people are going to have their own opinions about, like I said, about me personally. And they can be like, hey, I don't like you because you're you. And okay, that's on you. I'm sorry you have that opinion, but it's not going to change me. Your opinion doesn't affect me. And at the end of the day, the whole sticks and stones thing kind of is applicable. They're only words. Only words, and nothing is going to knock me off of my stride. And I hope that Lancey boy will kind of take up that kind of mentality. Like I said, I don't know what's being said to push him to such a degree, to such an extent, and I would hope and imagine that it's something pretty bad. Not that I hope that. Let me rephrase that. I would hope that it isn't something like what I'm doing and saying, hey, you know, this is what I'm intending as constructive criticism, and then he's just falling to pieces. I highly doubt that's the case. But it's, like I said, I don't know. I don't know in any direction. I'm going to assume that it's severely worse than what I'm doing, and that he has valid reasons to feel the way that he feels. So, like I said, don't be a jerk. If I can, you know, put it out there into the world, don't be a jerk. There's no reason to be a jerk at all. There's no reason to be mean. There's no reason to lash out and to be angry or to be rude or anything like that. It's not necessary. Now, there are situations where being gruff, being steadfast are necessary. Farming Simulator is not one of them. In any regards, in any aspect, Farming Simulator is not worth being mean, being rude, being vile in any way, shape, or form. So just don't do it. Just don't do it. Let your opinion be heard. If you don't like something, say, hey, I don't like X, this is why, and go from there. But if all you're going to do is say, oh, well, you know, this person sucks, this person's mods are terrible, this person, you know, smells bad, whatever, just keep it to yourself. Because you're not adding anything. You're not doing anything besides being bad. You know, and quite honestly, if that's the kind of person that you are, you're acting like a child. And it's especially telling that you're acting like a child when you're acting this way over a game, over a video game. At the end of the day, again, this is Farming Simulator. And it's not worth acting like a terrible person about. So grow up. Act your age. Or in this case, you know, if these are like kids or something, like teenagers or something like that, grow up. Just grow up. So, anyways. But no, good on you, Will. I mean, good on you, because, like I said, it's one of those. Lancey Boy is one of the titans when it comes to the modding world, in my opinion. And quite frankly, doesn't deserve... Number one, nobody deserves the lengths at which he's going through, that he's gone through up until this point. But he certainly deserves a little bit of respect, in my opinion, because of the mods that he makes. And here's the thing, is every single map maker, every single modder deserves a bit of respect, because they're not charging you for this stuff. They're not charging any of us for this. It's free. And if you don't like it, move on. Move beyond what it is that you don't have to download it. Nobody says that, hey, this is what you have to do. That's why when I'm giving my criticisms, I don't sit there and act like a jerk, because number one, I'm not a jerk, but also I don't have to install it. I don't have to play it. I don't have to do anything like that. I'm not forced into a commitment onto the map, onto anything. So, all in all, it's all good. Just chill out. So, Let's see. Ken says Lazy Boy's dedication to his craft should be appreciated, not put. Exactly what I was just saying. Thank you, Ken. You said it long before me, but I'm catching up to the chat. That's it exactly. It should be appreciated because again, he and others put this stuff out there for free. They don't deserve any like negativity as a put down, as a derogative. Critique them, fine, that's fine. But critique them, don't bash them. And that's what it sounds like is happening to him, is he's being bashed, not critiqued. Let's see. Will says exactly, Ken. Also says, my cousin got to meet and hang out with Stan Lee, Robert Downey Jr., and Dwayne The Rock. Really? That's one heck of a collection of people right there. That's awesome. Bradford is a grandparent now. Oh, Bradford, congratulations. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, very, very cool. Congratulations. Let's see. Ken says, really, wow, good for you. Good for him. Yeah. Oh, yes, my second grandchild, Bradford. That's amazing. That's awesome, bud. Congratulations. As everybody give a huge shout out and congratulations to Bradford there. That's amazing. To be a grandpa twice over, awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Jody says, I'm really happy you sent my friend request. Oh yeah. You were saying that earlier about Will. That's awesome, bud. Congrats. Let's see. Ken then says, I personally got 5 grandkids from my 2 eldest kids, LOL. Oh, and see, again, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. I love hearing about people with families, hearing people with that are just committed to something greater than themselves. That's how I see parenthood. That's how I see grandparenthood and all this stuff. And I mean, not to get too deep or philosophical or anything like that, but I feel like there's a huge attack lately on parenthood, on just kind of the whole premise of being a parent from many, many different avenues. So when I hear that, hey, you know, I'm a parent, hey, I'm a grandparent, all that stuff, it does my heart good to hear that, because, you know, I'm going through that personally myself. I've got a 2.5-year-old, almost now going to be 3 here in February, and a soon to be 4-month-old. You know, I love being a father. I absolutely adore it. And one of the best decisions I've ever personally made in my life. And it's one of those that when I hear all these kind of negative stories about parenthood, about being a parent and all this stuff, it saddens me. It really saddens me, because it's oftentimes the people who are really hard on parenthood, hard on parents and all that stuff, are the people who are going to be the loneliest amongst us, that are not only the loneliest, but they're going to be likely, if they don't change their opinion, they're going to be likely the most selfish amongst us. And oftentimes leads to a very hedonistic lifestyle, very, very self-centered, self-driven, and all that stuff. And there's nothing beyond them, greater than them, to dedicate themselves to. So, I don't know. Something I've thought about a lot here lately is something along those veins of, you know, parenthood and all the kind of quote unquote negativity that's around being a parent, whether it's, you know, the child themselves, whether it's the parents themselves, whatever the case may be. Now, don't get me wrong, not everybody should be a parent. I'm not saying that everybody should, but there are many different avenues right now that are discouraging those who would be parents into not being, and leading them down a path that could be something that would bring genuine happiness, that could be influencing them in a negative way. So, I don't know. Like I said, not to get too deep into it, not to get too philosophical about it. It's just something that has been on my radar, has been on my mind for a while. Let's see. Jody says, having a good time tonight, weather stream. Sorry, Jody, can you elaborate on that last one? Ken then says, Will, did you get a update for FS25? Luke, how's it going? Hi there, BDD. Luke, happy birthday. Everybody, give Luke a big happy birthday in the chat. Yeah, I just so happened to discover that earlier today. So big shout out to Luke and his birthday. Also gave him a big shout out as he is the newest Tier 3 channel member. Luke, again, thank you so very much. And thanks for joining us here tonight. Let's see. Let me get over here and start the worker back up. And then we'll keep on trucking with the chat. We're getting there. We're catching up. Let's see. Ken says, because I did, why Giants send an update for a game that hasn't even been released yet? I know, that's so wild. It's so wild that they're already pushing out updates. I mean, don't get me wrong, that makes me glad to some extent that it's not just going to be like this whole massive big update, and that rather they're going to be putting out smaller ones. So hopefully when it comes time for release, one, we're not stuck having to download this massive update that's going to take, a huge amount of time and all that stuff. I'd much rather, start getting updates now as they're discovering issues rather than anything than the potential alternative, especially for those of us who might not have like great internet connections or whatever the case may be. There would be many reasons why having a larger update could be, kind of detrimental, especially when it comes time to, actually release the game. I want the game to be playable day one. I don't want like what happened with FS22, and all of a sudden now all of these big major issues are kind of rearing their ugly head, and then we're stuck having to either compensate for it or not being able to do certain things. Like, I vividly remember one of the worst issues that I had when FS22 first came out was the trees. I was cutting down trees, and all of a sudden the entire landscape went all polygonal. The tree itself went polygonal, and there was nothing I could do about it. And not only that, I couldn't cut the tree, I couldn't make it disappear, so it was just forever there. It was forever stuck in this polygonal shape that was there. I couldn't do anything about it, and it was just a complete and utter disaster. When FS22 first came out, I vividly remember there being a day one update. Before I could even start the game, I remember there was updates I had to install, and that drives me absolutely nuts. More than anything, I'd much rather there be updates before the game releases than I'm now trying to play the game, but I have to update it first in order to play the game. Because then I'm ready to go. I'm excited. I want to get into it, and then all of a sudden, nope, not allowed. You got to update it. Might take 5 minutes. Might take 2 minutes. Might take 3 hours for all we know. But nope. So, let's see. Got Ken says, what up, Luke? Philippa says, happy birthday to Luke. Luke also says, hi there, Ken. Ken says, happy birthday, Luke. Let's see. Keep scrolling down. We've got, oops. Let's see. Ken says, happy birthday. We got Bradford with all the custom emojis. Thank you again, Bradford. Luke says, thanks, Philippa. Thanks, Ken. Whoa, dear. You know what? Let's get back to the farm before we read everything, and then we'll catch up with the chat. I can't read and drive at the same time. Nobody should read and drive at the same time. So I was driving, where was I? Oh, that's right. I was going to the mall. That's what it was. I was going to the mall, and as I was driving, I look over and I see a woman with a book, like a Fabio novel, in her face, driving down the road. It's not like she's driving a Tesla or something where the car is going to drive itself or anything. No, 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 no. She's driving just a car. Just insert, Toyota or whatever. And she's reading a book. A book. And I'm just beside myself. Like, are you kidding me? Like, there is nothing. Like, I personally, I don't even text and drive at the same time. It drives me absolutely nuts. And like, if my wife texts me, it drives her nuts if she texts me and then I don't respond back to her. But I tell her, it's like, look, I'm not going to respond back to you while I'm driving. I'm not going to do it because I know for a fact you want me to get home. And especially if I've got my girls with me, I especially will not text and drive. But then to sit there and read a book, and drive at the same time. Like, are you mad? Are you absolutely mad? Now, it's one of those, I know it's illegal in this state. I know that people can be pulled over for it, but it's like, I see people texting and driving all the time, and it drives me insane. It drives me nuts, because those are the people that inevitably end up crashing into somebody that ends up, ruining somebody's life, could kill somebody, could really hurt somebody. And it's like, you don't care. You just don't care. And it's just wild. It's absolutely wild to me that you could be so involved in your own world that, one, you feel a book or a phone or something is more important than the task at hand. One thing that my parents told me when I was starting to learn to drive, when I was getting my license and all that stuff, the one thing they told me is that, look, driving's a privilege. It's not a right. Which means that you have responsibilities for that privilege. This privilege is something that can be taken away. We as your parents can take it away. The state can take it away. Whatever. You are not owed the right to drive. You're allowed the right to travel. You're allowed to go from place to place. But getting there via a motor vehicle is not guaranteed. And they told me that, and they taught me that from the moment I started driving. They told me this relentlessly. So they're like, don't mess around. Don't sit there and act like you're an Indy 500 racer or anything like that. You have a responsibility not only to yourself, but to everybody else who's sharing the road with you. And if all you're going to do is go around and drive like you're the only person that matters, like you're the only thing that exists on these roadways, well then don't even bother getting your license. Don't sit there and act like this is something that's owed to you. And I think that that's how a lot of people feel when it comes to like the woman reading the book. Like I said, it's not like she had a Tesla. Even if she had a Tesla, even if it was a fully automated car with no track record of ever crashing under any circumstances whatsoever, still no. There's always that need for human intervention when it comes to these smart cars. There's always a need for it. That's why even on the piloted cars, the ones where like they're the mapping cars where they're trying to see what the capabilities of the autonomous cars and all that. That's even why when the businesses are sending them around, their autonomous tasks and all that stuff, that there's still a human in the passenger seat who has the capability of stopping the machine. It has the ability to say, nope, you errored out, you messed up. Now it's time for me to take the wheel and override. So although technology has come a very long way and is doing amazing things, that's one where it's like, no, don't, like those people who fall asleep behind the wheel of a Tesla. Are you absolutely insane? Are you insane? You trust something so much, you trust it with your life, as to be like, yes, I'm comfortable enough to fall asleep and allow this technology to take me from point A to point B. Are you absolutely mad? And wherever that happens, if a cop were to ever pull up beside a person and see that happening in real time, not only should that person lose their license, and I mean fully lose it, I would have a hard time personally, this is me personally, I would have a really hard time with saying that they should ever have the opportunity to give it back. There's no amount of driver's training at that point that's going to be like, yes, I can trust this person's decision making. I can see how, like, this was a mistake in the moment. No, this was a conscious effort for them to be asleep behind the wheel. Now, I'm specifically, I'm not talking about the people who are like passing out behind the wheel, and even that to a lesser to a certain extent deserves severe punishments, because again, falling asleep behind the wheel is extremely dangerous. And if you're so tired that you even think you're going to fall asleep behind the wheel, you shouldn't be driving. You shouldn't be driving. And I cannot imagine a excuse good enough to say, yeah, I was driving behind the wheel and fell asleep. Oh, I was working a double. Oh, I was working a triple. Oh, I was doing this. Oh, I was doing that. That's no excuse. There's no excuse, in my opinion. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think this makes you a bad person. I'm not saying this is anything like a judge of character or anything like that. I'm saying that that was the worst possible decision that you can make. And if you're capable of making such a bad decision as to, not only endanger your life, but everybody else's life around you, then something needs to be done. Some action needs to be done. And again, I would have a very, very hard time thinking it would be appropriate at that time to be like, okay, I can now trust you again as one citizen to another, that you should have this piece of paper back that says that you are capable of driving. So I'm full of opinions tonight, y'all. Apparently, I'm full of map tour opinions. I'm full of real-world opinions. Come at me. Because, holy smokes, it's on. It's on today. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gracious. All right. Uh-oh. Oh no, I just saw Bradford in his message. Oh no. Okay. Bradford says, sing songs also for tier 3 LOL. Now, that is not a requirement, nor is it something that is actually listed in the perks for tier 3. But it's kind of an unwritten perk. I'll give Jonah credit for that one as starting that. Jonah and Will. We'll give credit to them both. Mostly Jonah. So yeah, Luke, I don't know if you knew if you were signing up for sing-alongs, but hey, when we get you on to the next stream, live for the next stream, because you're next in the queue, yeah, we'll have you sing something. We'll have you hum a few bars. Let's see. Jody says happy birthday. Luke says thanks to Jody. Reaver times Todd says no worries. Oh my goodness, I am just really trailing off. I need to stop driving and reading at the same time after I'm sitting here ranting and raving about, people reading and driving at the same time. Here I go again. Here I go again on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known. I'll kick it off. I'll just kick it off. Why not? Anyways. Oh my goodness. Like I said, it's a good day. It's been a good day. And just like the shirt says, gonna be a good day. Let's see. Jody says my birthday is on October 7th. Ooh, so not too much further there, Jody. That's awesome. Holy smokes. Luke with the $20 super chat says, what up there, BDD? Everything's up, man. Everything. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I greatly appreciate it. It's your birthday. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you. Very generous. Thank you. Holy smokes. The thing keeps jumping on me. We got Will then says, Ken, I have not gotten an update on FS25. The only thing I do know is that the Oxbow is the flagship brand for FS25. 100%. Luke says, there sure is a lot of Oxbow in FS25. Mm-hmm. Reaver Time Todd says, modders also don't make money from giants and have full-time jobs in addition to the time they mod. And that's it. That's it exactly. They're not getting paid. They're not getting clout. They're not getting, like, the only kind of clout that a modder could necessarily make is if they have, like, a separate hustle as a YouTuber or as a Twitch streamer or one of those kind of things where they're, like, showing the modding, they're showing the development, things like that. And there are a few of the map maker modders that do that kind of stuff, that they'll have like kind of a independent kind of thing going on, but that's on them to do. That's not a guarantee, and it's also not a guarantee that it's going to be, you know, a big hit or that it's going to be worth people's time to subscribe or whatever kind of thing. Not to bring this back to me, but I'm lucky. I'm lucky that I have found a group of people that see value in what it is that I do here. But that might not be the same for the modding community. It might be more difficult for them, kind of thing, because like there's only going to be a certain amount of people like within the FS community as a whole that are going to be interested enough to be like, you know what, let's check out what it takes to make a mod or a map or whatever kind of thing. So long story short is nobody deserves to be treated poorly ever, and certainly a map maker, a modder, anything like that certainly doesn't deserve, you know, taking, you know, a lashing over their mods or their maps, specifically when it's in bad faith, because they don't get anything out of doing it. They're doing it because they have a passion for it. And the really bad thing about what's happening to people like Lancey Boy is if you're willing to pull your mods, if you're willing to just kind of pack in the towel, that's obviously showing that he's losing the passion and he's losing the drive. And one thing that people ought to do is that if they have the ability to, give Lancey Boy, give these modders some love. Give them shout outs. Be like, hey, you know, appreciate what you do. Even if they don't do a mod that you do. Like I said, when I'm sitting there and I'm giving the critiques and whatnot, I always, when I'm sitting there and giving negative news about what it is that I dislike about a map, I always will sit there and say, hey, you know, or at least I try. I very much always try to be like, hey, look, I might not necessarily like this map. There might be things that I find wrong with it or whatever the case may be, but I'm always appreciative that these map makers have put something out. And I said it in that stream, or in that tour as well. I'm grateful that Truck 69 made that map, even though I don't like the map. And I'm appreciative because there's going to be people out there, obviously I ran into a few of them today, that do appreciate that map, that do like it, and that are willing to defend him, even though he's not asking to be defended. So it's one of those where I don't claim to be the arbiter of all truth. I don't. And because of that is why I say, hey, you know, I appreciate Truck 69 for putting out the map that they did. Even though I'm not a fan of it, I appreciate them doing it because it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of time, and they're doing it for free. They're doing it for free. So anybody who's out there giving Lancey Boy or any other map makers, modders, a hard time, like I said earlier, grow up. Stop it. You're acting like a child
who was told no. And now you're throwing your little hissy fit because you're not getting what it is that you want. And it's made exponentially worse that you're throwing these hissy fits, that you're making a stink when it's something that was literally given to you. It was literally like, here you go. Here. Let me bestow upon you this gift of a free piece of content. Anybody out there who's giving Lancey Boy or any other modders, map makers, whatever, a hard time, shame on you. Shame on you. Anyways. Like I said, it's bothersome because, like I said, I've never had any interactions with Lancey Boy, ever. I have never talked to him. I have no stake in what necessarily happens to Lancey Boy, his mods, outside of I appreciate the mods and I appreciate the maps that he puts out there. I think he does a great job with his stuff. And I think that the community would be poorer, and is poorer now, because he's pulled all of his mods. Now, it sounds like they're coming back. It sounds like he's bringing them back after making some updates and stuff. But it's one of those, like, we are lesser off for not having them. And it's because people have been, hounding him, or at least, again, that's what I would imagine. It's because people are hounding him and making him lose his passion. And that's wrong. That's just wrong. Let's see. I think I was at... Ken says, that's weird, Will T. The update I got took over 30 minutes to download. That's what I'm talking about. See? Now, I will say, at least it's now when the game isn't needing to be played or isn't wanting to be played, and that it took 30 minutes outside of any relevancy to grand scheme of things. Like, it's not affecting us necessarily, per se. But it would certainly affect us if we wanted to play the game if it was released, and now all of a sudden they're like, oh, hey, day one release, 30-minute update. That would be terrible. That would be absolutely terrible, and it would put a really, really bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. So my guess is that they're doing this on purpose, that they're trying to release as many updates that they can find so that we don't have the same experience that we had with the FS22. Because I know there was loads of people, loads of them, that were like, you know what? I'm not going to play this game because it's that broken. I know there was loads of people that did that. That just, you're like, you know what? I'm hopping on here. I'm not really familiar with the series or this, that, and the other. And now I'm going to, give it a try. And then everything's broken, or not everything, but a significant portion of the game was broken when FS22 first released. It's only the diehards that are going to be like, yeah, I'm going to stick with it. I'm really going to, have it out. And I know that they're working on it in the background, kind of thing. It's going to be those people who are like, not as invested, not as really kind of bought into the series, or are new to the game, that are going to be like, you know what, I'm just not gonna bother. It's broken. I'm done. Just done, kind of thing. So, let's see. We got Luke says, how are your two kids doing, BDD? They are doing fantastic, Luke. Thanks for asking. They're actually both asleep right now. The eldest one ended up going down about 9 o'clock, which is hence the reason why I start streaming at 9:30. And then the little one, I tell you what, she's been sleeping a ton today. Like, almost nervously so, the amount of sleep that she's gotten today. And so, kind of tell a quick story. My office, because I work remote, I work from home. My office essentially is a converted sunroom. So here in Florida, we have rooms called lanais. For anyone who's not familiar with it, it's basically just a sunroom. It's a room full of windows on every single wall that can possibly have a window on it. And because of this room is extremely bright. It's even with curtains, unless I were to get like blackout curtains, and even that would be like a stretch, it's still going to be extremely bright. So normally when she's in there with me, if she sleeps, it's not very soundly, and if she sleeps at all, kind of thing, it's kind of a 50-50 mix. But today, no, she was out. She was out. There was nothing was disturbing her. It was to a point where we were actually somewhat concerned. It's like, wonder if she's not feeling good. Maybe she's getting sick or something like that. So we were taking her temperature and checking her to make sure that she wasn't running a fever or nothing like that. And she's been fine. And every time she's awake, she's happy. She's giggling and cooing and oohing and on and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's going fantastic. Like I said earlier, I love being a father. I absolutely love it. And it's something that my wife and we worked very hard to get to this point, because, we had to go the whole IVF route. We had to go IVF in order to have kids. So it was just one of those where that was the journey that we had to go on because of our specific circumstances. But it made it all the more sweet when it all came to fruition, when we were able to be parents. So yeah, like I said, love it. Absolutely love it. And again, thanks for asking. Taco de Groot, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says happy birthday to Luke. And then Luke says, thanks, Taco. Luke also says, time to open presents. Talk to you soon. All right, bud. Hope you get some awesome gifts there, bud. And you take care, and we'll see you again next time. Let's see. Whoops. Let's see. We got Willen says, I'm moving and merging right now. Mowing and merging. Very nice. We got Ken says, BDD, reading and driving at the same time when you're so bad at it, especially in game. Oh, yeah. Oh, see, and that's the thing. I know I'm bad at it. I know I am. And I'm actually rather thankful that I'm bad at it, because it just reinforces the fact that I won't do it, especially in real life. Like, I'll sit here and do it in game because there's no real consequences outside of, oh, hey, I might tip over a trailer or something like that. But it's not like if I tip over a trailer, then I lose all my grain. I just have a kind of a pain of a time trying to get the trailer back up kind of thing, especially if it's fully loaded. Now, that is a feature I would love to see in future farming simulators, is that if you're driving around a trailer and it's full of loose grain, and all of a sudden you get too squirrely or whatever, and the trailer tips over, that all of a sudden all your product is now on the floor. Now, I understand why they won't do that, because if they do that, then they have to make it to where you can pick up product from anywhere on the map, even areas that you don't own. But I would still love to see that as a feature. I would love to see it. So that's just me personally, and let me know in the comments. What do you think? Would you think that'd be a cool feature? I think it'd be a more realistic feature, something to think about. Let's see. Bradford says the newer vehicles most have lane keeping technology installed. She was very trusting. And here's the thing: is I have a vehicle that has lane assist, that has lane keeping technology on it, and I would never just leave it to its own devices. I would never sit there and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to read a book, let alone a novel. Or I'm going to read a text message. The most you will ever see me do, and I mean ever see me do when it comes to like utilizing the lane assist, is like if I'm trying to eat something and there's still at minimum one hand on the wheel. It's only to take like a periodic, like, okay, I need to set this down to get a drink or something like that. It's not going to be to such an extent that I'm going to take both hands on the wheel for an extended period of time, and now all of a sudden, like, I'm just, take the wheel kind of moment. Like, never, ever, ever. And like I said, I credit that kind of thinking to my parents. And it was them. It was them telling me from a very early age, and I know that I'm going to do the same thing with my girls. When they get older, when they're starting to drive, it's like, look, driving's a privilege. It is not a right. It is not owed to you. And it can be taken away by the state, by me, by your mother. So if you're not respecting the job at hand, then just don't even bother. Don't even try. Because it's one of those, you're driving around a 2,000 plus pound, machine that can end you. It can end anybody around you. And it's something that deserves respect. Not just to be so flippant over because, driving is so easy to do. Let's see. Bradford also said, even if they trust the tech, how can they trust the other vehicles around? And that's the other thing. That's the other part about it that I haven't even touched. Is, especially in my area, I live in Florida, as I've told many, many people. You have to be on such high alert. And actually, this goes back to another story of mine. You actually just reminded me of it, Bradford. Thank you. You have to be on such high alert in order to drive down here in Florida, especially in my local area. I mean, there's so many different driving styles down here, and I've mentioned this because nobody who lives in Florida, almost nobody who lives in Florida, is from Florida. Pretty much everybody who lives here in Florida is from every other part of the country, from one part of it to the other. So you get all these different driving styles from all these different places in America and across the world, be honest with you, because we've got things like Disney World, or World, over in Orlando. We've got like things like Busch Gardens and Epcot and all these different things that attracts people from all over the globe. So you get all these different driving styles, all these different ways of doing things, and it makes for your driving experience crazy. And then you throw on top of it, there's really no law around here that says, that there's any age of retirement when it comes to driver's licenses. So you can have a 95-year-old grandmother who can barely see over the wheel because she shrunk 10 inches over her lifetime. Not literally, just kind of saying this to say it. That can't see but an inch in front of their face and has drove through 5 store windows. And unfortunately, that's a very common story, not only in my neck of the woods, but all throughout my state. You almost cannot go a week without reading some kind of local headline about some old person getting confused and hitting the brake instead of the gas, or the gas instead of the brake. And they go plowing through storefronts, or they go plowing into trees, or they do X, or they do Y. They run over somebody. It happens all the time down here. And I guess it's essentially the Wild West. So the story that I was going to bring up that Bradford reminded me of reminds me of when I last got into an accident. Not my fault accident, but I was driving to a store I was going to a Walmart, and the local Walmart, the closest one to me, didn't have the thing that I needed. But I found that the inventory finder had it at another Walmart. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect. I'll just go to that one. It's just a little ways further down the road. Not a huge deal. Well, to get to this particular Walmart, it's actually off of the main road, and it's off of this little side street. It's not tucked away off of the main road, but it's like there's a side entrance that you can utilize to be able to get to it. And anybody who knows me in real life, I'm the kind of driver, the kind of person that will find every single side road to whatever destination I'm going to. So when I was driving to work every day, I had about 10 different routes that I would take at any point in time because I hate sitting still. I hate when I'm driving. I hate just sitting in traffic. It's one of those that it just bothers me to no end. So I'll sit there and learn all the side roads. Even if I'm going 10 miles out of the way, I want to just be able to drive and be unimpeded in that drive. I don't necessarily have to get there in any great speed or by a certain time or anything like that. It's just I want to just be moving kind of thing. So in this particular case, I ended up taking the side road going towards the Walmart. And on the street that I'm on, there's no stop signs, but there's cross streets on this road, and there are stop signs on the cross streets. It adds up. I mean, cross streets tend to have, impediments to them. Well, I'm driving, and all of a sudden I see this car out of the corner of my eye, and I'm going maybe 35 miles an hour. They're probably going around the same, 35, 40 miles an hour. And they run the stop sign, and they just slam into me. This was like probably about 2.5-ish years ago. It was before my daughter was born, my oldest daughter was born. And they just slam in the side of us, T-bone us, the whole 9 yards. It sucked. I ended up hurting my arm, not to any severe degree or anything like that. My arm was sore. The car was, completely damaged. It wasn't wrecked or anything like that. They didn't have to write it off or anything like that, thankfully. And I get out of the car, and I'm looking at this woman like, what is wrong with you? Why didn't you stop? And we didn't say but two things to each other other than, are you okay? She said, yes, she's okay. I said, yes, we're okay. Now, again, my wife at the time is 9 months pregnant. She is 9 months pregnant, and at the time, like, things are just kind of sinking in kind of thing. So cops show up and all that stuff. They're like, oh, well, do you need an ambulance or all this stuff? I'm like, oh, no, nothing like that. And we're sitting there talking to the cop, and he's asking me, I can pretty much piece together what happened, but tell me what happened. And I'm like, well, I mean, you can see exactly what happened. I mean, I was driving, going southbound, and this person was going, they would have been heading east. Yeah, they would have been heading east, and they just ran the stop sign. And just completely blew through it. Like, no attempt to stop or nothing. And he's like, yeah, that's exactly what we basically pieced together and all this stuff. And he kind of pulls me off to the side, and he's like, hey, don't worry about it. It's one of those we find her 100% at fault and whatnot. And more to that, he said that she thought that her car was going to stop for her, so she didn't bother stopping or didn't bother pressing the brakes. And I look at him like, no, are you, officer, are you serious? She literally thought the car was going to stop at the stop sign for her, or not hit my car? He's like, yeah, that's exactly what she... And I look at the car, and I look back at him, and I'm like, does she think she's driving a Tesla or something? Because she was driving a Lexus. Now, here's the thing. I haven't driven a Lexus in probably about 6 to 8 years. And it wasn't a brand new Lexus at the time. So maybe there's some kind of technology in Lexuses that I'm just not familiar with right now. Oh dear. Well, that. Come on. Oh, AI, actual idiots. I don't know why it's taken me up until now to realize, hey, I ought to check in on these folks. So anyways, I look at him and like, well, I mean, she's not driving a Tesla. What was she thinking? And he's like, I know. I couldn't. He's like, I couldn't believe that she actually said this to me. Like she thought it was going to exonerate her from being at fault. And he's like, no, absolutely not. She's 100% at fault. And then kind of the panic started setting in. That's because we didn't think about it at first. And my wife's like, oh my goodness, like, because they ask, oh well, do you need an ambulance or anything like that? And initially we said no. Initially we were like, no, we're fine, nothing's wrong or anything like that. And then all of a sudden my wife's like, oh snap, I'm 9 months pregnant. And like, and she's just naturally a worrier. Like anything like that she can worry about in even in the abstract, she'll sit there and just worry and worry and worry and just worry herself to death. And she eventually she's like starting to panic. She's actually like legitimately starting to freak out. And I'm like, okay, calm down. You know, we'll have an ambulance stop by and you know, all that stuff. And I went over and talked to the cop. I'm like, sir, look, I'm really, really sorry, but my wife's starting to kind of freak out right now because she's 9 months pregnant. And again, this is our first daughter, and we had to go through the IVF treatment. For anybody who's not familiar with IVF, it is it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare all in of itself. Now, when you have positive results, it's an absolute blessing. It is an absolute blessing. But throughout the entire process, you're getting poked and prodded and needled and examined and all this stuff for a maybe. All of it just to hope that what you're striving for is actually going to happen, is actually going to come true. So that's mainly what she was upset about, what she was freaking out about. Is like, wow, we spent all this time, we spent 9 months, and now something might be wrong. Not that she was in pain or not that like anything like that, but she just immediately went to worst case scenario. So I asked him, I was like, look, you know, I'm really sorry about this, but my wife's really starting to panic and upset. She's 9 months pregnant. This is our first kid, and she's like really getting upset. Can you please call an ambulance? And he's like, dude, no problem whatsoever, and don't worry about it because it's on. He's telling me like she's 100% at fault, so it's all on her bill, it's on her insurance claim and all this stuff. You know, do what you got to do because it's one of those like you're not at fault for this. You didn't do anything wrong. So if you think that you need an ambulance, even if she's okay, it'd be better just to get them here just to make sure. And I'm like, thank you. I mean, I appreciate you being so, you know, open and honest about that. So yeah, we ended up getting the ambulance over, and they're like, look, you know, we're not equipped to be able to do the in-depth scans, but we highly recommend after any accident for a pregnant woman to go to the hospital. So they can do the ultrasounds, they can do all the testing to make sure that nothing's wrong internally, kind of thing. And they're like, do you want us to drive you to the hospital? And at that point, my wife's like, no, under no circumstances do I want you to drive me that. She's like, I want to go to the hospital, but I don't want, one, she didn't want to go to the hospital without me. And two, she didn't want to go in the ambulance. Like, she felt like that was overkill at that point. So she was hopeful that they were just going to tell her, yeah, everything's fine on the side of the road and kind of go from there. She wasn't expecting to be like, make the trip to the hospital, but she certainly wasn't willing to do it in the back of the ambulance. So it's like, I asked the cop, I'm like, well, look, you know, the car is obviously damaged, but it's not damaged enough, I think, to be unsafe for travel. Can her and I just drive it to the hospital kind of thing? And they're like, yeah, you can. We're not going to require you to put it on a wreck or anything like that because like there's not enough frame damage or anything like that to suggest that we have to like tow it kind of thing. But, you know, just be careful. Make sure that, you know, something didn't come undone or, you know, like some kind of steering linkage or anything like that. Like any number of things can happen when you get into an accident like that. So, long story short, went to the hospital. Everything was fine. Thankfully, you know, 2.5 years later, you know, we've got a beautiful, you know, 2.5-year-old girl. So it was one of those like one of those kind of situations where she obviously she trusted whatever technology she thought she had, and I don't even think that she had said technology, to be perfectly honest. Now again, could be wrong. Or maybe she was confused and thought like lane assist was the same thing as, you know, full autonomous driving, like a Tesla would do. But like I said, I'm not aware of a Lexus. Even though Lexus is a good high-end brand, I'm not aware of like full autonomous Lexuses. I'm just not. So I could be wrong about that, but let's see. Ken says, it's not the vehicles we trust, Bradford, around us. We trust people behind the steering wheels. And that's it. That's, yeah. And essentially, y'all are saying the same thing. I mean, it's, you have to, when you go out and drive, you have to be able to trust the people that are behind the wheel. You know, you trusting some bit of technology with your life, with everybody else's life. And here's the thing is, not only are you trusting the technology with your life, you are forcing everyone around you to trust the technology on your behalf. So it's one of those, like, it's a really dangerous game to play. It's a very dangerous game to play. And it's one of those, like, people need to stop making decisions lightly and being so flippant about something that has such dire consequences. Let's see. We got Philippa says, I have to go to do drink for my nana and granddad and my mom. All right, Philippa. Well, I hope you have yourself a fantastic night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Thanks for stopping by. Ken says, totally agree with you, BDD. Nobody is forcing me/you in using these mods. And that's it. That's why giving modders and map makers a hard time is just silly all in and of itself. It's not like the mod's going to install itself. It's not like it's going to force itself for you to play with it or anything along those lines. So you sitting there going out of your way and bashing on a modder, map maker, whatever, is just, again, it's just childish. It's stupid. It's flat out stupid. So, again, grow up, do better. Let's see. Where was I? Will says, I also hear that we might be getting a Peterbilt in FS25. Now, that would be a cool brand to get. That'd be really awesome. Farmer Groot, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, welcome to this generation. Sadly, everyone will complain about small little things and will not be happy with anything. You know what, Groot? 100%. 100%. It sadly enough seems like it's kind of started with my generation. You know, I'm millennial, and it really seems like my generation's kind of flagshipped this in saying that everything's a crisis, everything's worth complaining about, everything is so deserving of me, like, how do I want to say this? Is so deserving of me putting down, bashing, and tearing things down. It seems like in previous generations, like we're talking like Gen X, boomers, so on and so forth, it's always been about building, creating, and building things up. It's almost like my generation has decided that we're going to take the opposite path and that we're going to start destroying and tearing things down. And it genuinely makes me almost disgusted with my generation and how some people in my generation act. Now, again, this is, I'm using broad strokes with this, but I'm not saying this is everybody or anything like that. I'm just saying that, it's something I've observed through people of my age group, kind of thing. It seems to have started with my. No, I'm not saying it's exclusively my age group, or that, boomers, Gen X, or whatever, are like, every single one of them are builders or creators or anything like that. I'm not saying anything like that either. I'm just saying that it's one of those where, when you kind of take things into aggregate in as like in a large picture kind of thing, it just seems like my generation is where things have kind of started going awry. And I don't know, just like I said, it almost makes me sad and kind of disturbed to sit there and say that I am a millennial, because we're so concerned with, how do we tear these things down, rather than saying, how can we improve them? How can we not improve them in kind of the philosophical, like, oh, well, what if we do this? Like, actually proven track record improved, not like, oh, well, let's take this round wheel and make it into a square peg kind of thing. Like, let's see if this will work. And that's kind of what it seems like en masse my generation is starting and pioneering. And listen to me, sound like an old man. In my day. Oh my goodness. I mean, but I don't know. It just, again, something I've observed, something I've pondered over for a while now, actually. I mean, it's something that it seems like people nowadays are more interested in destroying things instead of questioning, why are they there? Why is thing the way it is, kind of thing. It's like the I don't know, a tale. I don't. It's like two people coming across a fence in the middle of a meadow, and one of the people there asks, "Why is this here?" The other person can't explain why it's here, so they want to destroy it and tear it down. And it's like that different set of thinking, that different way of kind of approaching life, as to bring about, like I said, like destruction and rejection. The complete rejection of everything that came before them, came before us. And I don't know, I've always been taught to respect people who are my senior, who are respect my grandparents, respect people who are older than me. And I feel like that's something that has been kind of gone away from, is respecting your elders, respecting the people who have come before you, because they have experiences, and oftentimes they have gone through the things that you yourself have gone through or are going through. And maybe if, instead of wanting to destroy everything, if you try and understand it, well, maybe that will bring about either an appreciation or a more reasonable response to the thing that is wanting to be examined. I mean, heck, a perfect example would be movies. How I keep going on all the time about how Hollywood is in such shambles nowadays. It's because the things that came before us, I think a lot of the people who are now in charge of these IPs and the intellectual properties and stuff like that, it's like, oh, well, I can make it better. I can do better. And they don't try to understand what it is that they are in charge of, but rather are going to embed their message, their thoughts, their whatever, and use this vessel as a platform for whatever it is that they want to push forward. And when you do that, you ruin the medium. You ruin the art, the whatever you want to call it, because it's no longer about the story. It's no longer about what it is that you are, trying to portray. It's about the message. And most movies, shows, and whatnot are the message. What message are we going to convey? It's not about entertainment. And that's the driving force of why I created the YouTube channel. It was the whole reason why I created it, is because I felt like there was a dereliction of duty, and that there needing to be a revival of just, hey, we're coming together to, one, have fun, two, to create something worth creating, and creating something of entertainment value, not of a message. So let's see. Oh, are we gonna? I guess almost everything. Almost picked up everything over there. One of these days, we're gonna have to get a bigger, more powerful tractor, so we can make this a wider pickup area for this windrower. Let's see. Let's catch up with the chat, because I keep on trailing off into stories and all that. Ken says, I'm glad that update came early, because there's only 5 to 6 weeks left to launch on FS25. Oh, yes. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. I'm so excited. Ken also says, wow, that's awesome, Will T. Taco Del Groot says, I have a daughter with 2 kids through IVF, and now I got a call that she's pregnant naturally. The odds are so extremely slim. I'm happy as a clown on a hill. You know what, Taco? Congratulations, bud. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I was saying it earlier. One of the best things that has ever happened to me is becoming a parent. So I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, every single time I hear that, people are becoming parents, or that they're, having kids and all that stuff, I personally find it to be amazing. And again, congratulations. That is fantastic. IVF is, like I said, it completely changed my world. Completely changed it. And has given me a sense of purpose, of drive that I never had. I never had before having kids. And again, anybody who's a parent out there will know exactly what I'm talking about. That immediate focus that they bring into your life is, it's incredible. It's amazing. The sense of purpose that you get after you become a parent, after the first time you get to hold them in your hands, that you get to hold that little one and be like, you know what, this little child now depends fully and solely on me. Everything that I do, everything that I am, is going to affect this child one way or another. So I need to do better. I need to be better than the person I was yesterday. I need to strive to be stronger, to be tougher, to be more mentally fit, to do everything and anything in my power to make sure that this child is taken care of, is provided for, and given everything that I can potentially give them, while at the same time imparting the wisdom that I have collected over the years in order to make sure that they turn out to be a strong and responsible person and a net positive into the world. So, like I said, congratulations, Groot. That is amazing. 2 kids through IVF and then a third naturally. That's amazing. That is awesome. Absolutely awesome. Let's see. Reaver Time Todd says, lane assist is super dangerous in snow. Many friends have had the wheel jerk and almost get rammed into the next vehicle when a lane suddenly disappears. Suddenly appears through the packed snow. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. But nobody thinks of those kind of things until it's too late. Like I said, technology is a great thing, but me personally, let me put this provisor on there. I think Teslas are cool. I think they're cool. Would I ever buy one? Not in their current iteration. No. I would never buy one because I am a person who wants to be able to drive wherever, whenever. And I don't want to have to take, an hour break here, an hour break there, even 20-minute break here, 30-minute break there because I ran out of go juice. I want to be able to get to my destination when and if I feel like it. To drive is a sense of freedom. Everybody knows that feeling when you first get your driver's license, and now you have that bit of taste of freedom. I get to do what I want to do when I want to do it, kind of thing. For the most part. But it's one of those where a Tesla or any EV, even if you're getting like those stage 3 chargers where it can charge in like 20 minutes, that's still 20 minutes that you have to wait. And I've never been at like a gas station for 20 minutes, just hanging around, waiting for anything. I've spent maybe 5 minutes gassing up, maybe 2 minutes going inside, getting a drink, maybe using the bathroom. Maybe we'll say up to 5 minutes. So we'll say 10 minutes in total. And that's it. I don't sit there and just like, sitting there watching my watch and it's like, okay, is my EV done charging yet? Is my EV done charging yet? Like, again, I think that in concept they are cool, but only in concept. I don't think the battery technology is there yet, and until we get to a point to where either the charging takes maybe 10 minutes to get back to 100%, not 20-30 minutes for 80%, and we have batteries that can get us 600 miles, maybe 800 miles, then it's not worth it for me. Because I drive, every couple of years I drive up to Michigan. And I can get there in about 18, from where I'm at, about 19 to 20 hours. Depending on traffic and all that. But if I'm having to add, and that's if every time I charge, I'm getting into one of those stage 3s where it's 20 minutes or 20 to 30 minutes for 80% charge. Going 300 miles at a time it's going to add so much time, so much ridiculous amount of time. And unless you live in the city where you're only going maybe 10 miles round trip kind of thing, maybe 20 miles grand total. Holy smokes, I just realized that my repair bar is like way down. Holy smokes. I'm just realizing that. I literally just looked over and it's like there's a big red bar on my screen. You know what? Just in case that is my baler and I'm losing out on product. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's pick this up. Just want to push that out of the way just ever so slightly. Anyways, you know what? Let's do this. Can we get the worker to take this back to the shop? Get this repaired real quick, and then I can catch up with the chat. So let's do that. Let's go here. Let's go that. Let's go that. Okay. Now, are they going to actually get me to the road or not? All right, well, here we go. It's starting. Let me guess, it's going to cut through the trees, aren't it? Oh, it's going to. It's going to the trees. Ooh, is it going to make it? Is it going to make it? Is it going to get hung up on something? Oh, hey, look at the AI go. Very nice. All right. Let's see. Where was I? Bradford says, AI thought the tractor needed a bath. 100%. Ken says, LOL to Bradford. Will says, I want the tumbler from Batman. Oh man, that would be one heck of a car right there. Then you wouldn't have to worry about all the traffic around you. You just blow it up. Let's see. People move and drive right. That's it too. Ken says LOL. Will says, I stepped away for a minute to beat it each. Oh, no, I didn't. I completely spaced on that. Will, thank you for the reminder. Let me go ahead and show those while I read the chats. So we are going to start with, let's start with Ken. We got some from Ken here. There we go. So while I read the chat, I will go ahead and let this play in the background. So we've got Jody says, how much is this contract? So this contract, Jody, is $41,000 to make the hay contract. And that's not to mention all the hay that I get off of this field and doing all that stuff. So it's going to be very much worth it. Will also says, I've been right about a lot of the brands and things about FS25. Absolutely you have. Bradford says, he did not wilty. He keeps going down these side streets. I have been really going down these side streets. Absolutely. Will says, okay, thanks, Bradford. Will then says, people can't drive anymore. It scares me to drive nowadays. Yeah, that's it. Well, it's because people are so distracted with everything else around them besides the task at hand. Reaver says, too many, everyone gets a try. That, yes. Thank you. That is exactly it. It is exactly that mentality that really seemed to take hold with my generation, is that everyone deserves a prize. Everyone deserves, to be recognized, to be special, especially being special. And it's like, if everyone's special, nobody's special. That's what, and like, it's one thing when you're talking about kids and you're wanting to build up their sense of esteem, sense of accomplishment, and things like that. That's one thing. But it's people nowadays have taken childhood and have extrapolated out and drawn it out to such a ridiculous degree that it's now applicable to full-blown adults. And you see it every single day. Every single day. That these adults, these people who should be adults, act like children. They act like spoiled children. And it's so disgusting. And like I said, my generation was the start of it. So I'm hoping that newer generations are starting to kind of wise up to this and starting to turn a corner to it. There's a great quote, and I don't know exactly who said it. I wish I did. But essentially it goes, good times create weak men. Wait. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. And essentially, what it's saying is, such good times were created. Oh man, I'm gonna have to use this thing, aren't I? Oh, that's all right. Such good times were created before my time that it created weak people. And then, continuing along that lines, it's creating hard times. So hopefully, oh hey, when did I get a pressure washer over here? Have I always had a pressure washer over here? Anyways, we need to... Wow, didn't I just repair this tractor? Of course it was that. Oh, man. Ay, holy smokes. Alright, well. Oh, wow. I literally just repaired this tractor, and it was already like a quarter of the way broken again. That's nuts. Anyways. Like I said, it's... I think it's a very apt quote, and a very true quote. I wish I remembered who actually said it. Let's see. Bobby! How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. It says, I think you should do one more episode on Silver Run. Oof. One more episode on Silver Run. I don't know where I would take it, though. That's the problem, is when I kind of left off on Silver Run, it was kind of really at its closure at that time. But I do appreciate the suggestion, though. But also, for those who are just stepping into the chat, into the channel here, go ahead and check out the poll that we have going on here. I need to go into the other screen to see what exactly it's saying at the moment. If you haven't, whoa, here we go. If you haven't voted yet, go ahead and check it out. Right now we're at 22 votes. So thank every single one of you that come in and voted on this. And right now we're almost overwhelmingly on Dredge Creek, Alaska. Dredge Creek might be the winner, and not even close. So let's see. Dredge Creek at 50% of the votes. We got Mythical Woods at 18, Forgotten Lands at 14, and Corpy at 18. So very, very interesting results. Let's see. So let's go ahead and... Oops. Too many things going on at one time. Let's see. Let's go ahead and... I think I left off over here. Alright. So let's go ahead and close that out. Ken, thank you so much for sending those over. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And now, Will T Gaming. Here we go with Will's. Again, Will, thank you so much for sending these over. And yeah, I took a look at them earlier. They look amazing as always. And so, Ken, so did yours. Thank you again so very, very much. Absolutely love it when we get people participating in the kind of showing of their farms, their builds, the work that they're doing. I absolutely love it. Let's see. We've got... Will says, Eminem had a great point in his new song, Houdini. Then Bobby says, Will, elaborate. Will then says, I respect my elders, but I hate when they act like they know everything, but they can't use a kiosk at restaurants. It also grosses me out when they lick their fingers and they touch their money. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Will then says, Bobby, basically the whole song. Bobby also says, I'm asking, what is the song message about? Ken says, don't think so, Will T. Screenshots. Jonah says, better late than never. Well, Jonah, glad you're able to make it in. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see, it looks like... Oh, no. Where did it go? Oh, darn it. Okay, here we go. I'm starting to catch up at the end of the chat. Now we're getting there. We got Will says, Bobby, the song talks about how the world has changed in a bad way. For example, every kid gets a participation trophy. What happens to first, second, and third place. Also, how soft people have become. Oh, yeah. Yes. And that's the other part of it, too. Like I said, good times creates weak men. That is a part of that general softening of people. You know, just... Like I said, it's not, I haven't heard the song, and I really haven't listened to a lot of Eminem in a very, very long time. But yeah, no, it sounds like kind of taking that quote to its logical conclusion. Will then says, you say one thing and someone takes it as an insult, and that's it. It's the automatic assumption of bad intentions. Go. Oops. And then my favorite quote from Lord of the Rings, which makes sense now these days. Yes, 100%. Hot night! How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day with a hey sheep poof and with the hearts. How's it going, Hot night? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Ken says, never mind, just seen screenshots ignoring the last comment. Everyone LOL. Oh, no worries, Ken, no worries. Willen says, I wish it need... You know what? Let me take a drink real quick, so I'm starting to get a little hoarse here. There we go, getting a little Shetland in the throat. Let's see. I wish it need not happen in my time, so do I, and so do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. You know what? Yeah, that's extremely accurate. Very true. Let's see. We got Bradford says, hey, Hot night. And it looks like I'm caught up with the chat. Look at me go. Very nice. Love it. Love it. Like I said, thank you everyone who has stopped by tonight and hung out with me. Had an absolute blast here tonight. Let's see. We are picking up in the background, and it looks like we're starting to loop back around on the screenshots. So, Will, again, thank you so very much. And Ken, thank you so very much for sending in your screenshots as well. The farm are looking great. The work that y'all are doing is looking great. Good job on both of y'all. So there we go. We are back here, and we are chugging along after getting the tractor all fixed up, looking good to go as always. Let's see. We've got Hot Night says, have a good day, people. Oh, let's see. And then Bradford with all the celebration emojis. Groot says R. Jonah says, I have gone from North Carolina to Virginia and back 1,000 times today. Oof. Holy smokes. Hopefully for good reason. That's a long trip all by itself. Wilden says, no one likes my screenshots. LOL. That's a lie. That is a lie. We got Groot says, you sure you are caught up. Ah, 1, 2, guys, come on. I was so excited, and now, nope. Gotta just rip the carpet out from under me. 1, 2, 3, like a bird I sing. Oh my goodness. Jonah says, no kidding, I walked across the state line so many times. Oh no. So literally, you were just at the state line and just going back and forth. Was that what's going on there, Jonah? Let's see. Bobby says, who remembers the Tomcat, the F-14? Oh, man. Yeah, the Tomcat F-14, the Hornet F-16, Raptor 22. Whoo, boy. Let's see. Jonah with 4. And yes. Oh, yeah. I remember the Tomcat. For sure. A-10 Warthog. I like me some planes. I like me some planes. Some weapons of war. They definitely, especially when I was younger. When I was younger, they definitely had a pretty special spot in my heart. Let's see. Let's go ahead and... Crute says, I'll take the blame. Yeah, I could see that there would be some pretty steady blame to lay at your feet on that one. But I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you. That's okay. Let's see. Will then says, I know people like my screenshots. I was trying to be funny. Oh, yeah, no. I know. I know. One of those where we're going to take the wind out of that sail. Just to make sure that... just to make sure that it's... the point is driven home. That we think that you make some good stuff there, Will. And like I said, when it comes time to you start building the map, I'm looking forward to what you got in store. I like, and anybody who agrees with me, back me up on this. Back me up on this, because looking at the screenshots, you see the screenshots that Will sends in. He's got the eye. He's got the eye, that artistic vision, to be able to recognize what is appealing, what is not. So when you've got that eye, it's going to be, a good amount of promise that we're gonna get. Not a promise, but a good amount of likelihood that we're going to get something special when Will makes his map in 25. So one of those. Keep saying it. I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait to see it. And yeah, one of those that it's also going to have like a really kind of special meaning, because it's going to incorporate like your personal area. So it's going to have a bit of passion behind it as well. It's not just going to be like, hey, this is something I made on Alma, Missouri to kind of flex my creativity, but it's also going to be like, hey, this is, my family's maple farm. This is going to be, this is going to be X. This is going to be Y. Like, there's going to be all sorts of, like, special stuff that is going to be, taken and how do I want to say this? It's going to be a labor of love. It is ultimately, at the end of the day, which a lot of these maps are. Let's see. Let's see. Where was I? Brever says, I can do that between MI and Indiana. Yes. Yep. I used to do the same thing when I was in Michigan. I used to do it all the time. When I would go up to the Upper Peninsula, because I used to go to Iron Mountain all the time. And Iron Mountain being right there on the border of Wisconsin and Michigan, I'd just go bobbing back and forth. As a matter of fact, as a kind of a vacation with my wife, we ended up, oh my goodness. Yeah, apparently the tractor really wants a bath. No, will you stop? Stop. Come on. Are we going to do anything? What's... Okay. Huh. Anyways. Just gotta... How much more is in these contracts? That's the only bad thing about these plows is that they are... Oh, man, 79. These plows are so long that the worker really does a poor job at recognizing the field and all the kind of boundaries that are within it. Oh, and that's just going to drive me nuts. There we go. Where was I? Okay. Will says, I put some work into the farm build, then my other one. Oh, I put more work into the farm build and then the other. Oh, yeah. No. And you can tell based on the screenshots. But, I mean, you put work into both of them. I mean, you put a ton of work and ton of effort into both of them. So it's highly, highly impressive, especially considering that it's not on PC. It's one thing to have, like, be impressed by PC builds. Don't get me wrong. PC builds are awesome because oftentimes you really have to... PC builds allows you to have a little bit more control. You have a little bit more flexibility, and you don't have to worry about the sensitivity and tweaks and touches of a controller. You know, having the joysticks and all that stuff. Having a mouse and whatnot, even a trackpad, is far more control than a controller would have. So it's a lot easier for those on PCs to be able to make and create because of the extra levels of controls, the extra level of mods and all that stuff. So it's a lot easier to see how well that your farm build turned out. Knowing that you're on console is like next level. That's why I keep saying I'm not worried when it comes to seeing the farm build in like the seeing what you have to produce in 25 when you create the map. Let's see. Ken says, and again, just take our money, 100%. Jonah says, something else that was funny, I was in North Carolina, my drone was in Virginia. And my drone was in Virginia. Whew. That, that's pretty funny. Let's see. Bradford says, but we did get you singing also. Yes. Yes, you did. Ken says, Will T got that artistic eye for detail. Yes, 100%. Got that artistic eye for detail. Then Will says, I hope I can get you, Jody, Ken, Groot, and Philippa on my save, especially to help the silage work, LOL. We've got Ken says, working on that, Will T, LOL. And then Will says, I know. Reaver says, that's why you do headlands first. Oh, yeah. No, and you're 100% right. Should have done headlands. Just one of those that oftentimes what I do with these particular tractors, these particular plowing contracts, is I just turn them loose. It's one of those 80% is good enough when it comes to the workers, and then kind of clean up their mess from there. Let's see, how is this looking? Oof. Clunk. Oh, I mean, so far so good. I'm not seeing any, like, huge chunks missing. There's a couple little specks over there I'll have to pick up. That's not a huge deal. Let's see. Will says, exactly, Todd. We've got also saying, BDD thought he was caught up with the chat, LOL. I was caught up with the chat, but then Groot ruined it. But you know what? That's okay. That's okay. We're here to have a good time, to have fun, and that's part of the fun. And let's face it, if everyone was here just to... Oh, big patch right there that they missed. If everyone was here and just watching and wasn't participating, I think this would be a lot different of an experience. I think this would be probably pretty boring. So the fact that we got so many people here that's hanging out, chatting along, and doing all that stuff, I think it just makes for a better stream. I mean, I could be wrong, but although I think that people enjoy me, I think they also enjoy the engagement as well. So, just my thought. Where was I? Ken says LOL to Will. Jonah says, what I miss BDD saying? Singing? You did. You did, as a matter of fact, twice. So, that'll show you to miss out on streams. Oh, my goodness. Groot says, I am Will. Oh, man. I don't know why. Well, I know why. When you said I am Will, I immediately heard it in Groot's voice from Guardians of the Galaxy. I am Groot. Bradford says, you're getting there. Groot says, haha. We got Jonas says, I enjoyed talking to everybody. And then Will says, awesome, Groot. I'm trying to get a team together. So far, I got Groot, Ken, Philippa, and Jody. All we need is BDD, LOL. I tell you what, man, I would absolutely do it if it wasn't for the severe disconnect in mods that we had. It's one of those where that, and if I wasn't doing the Let's Play series, or if I wasn't doing this series as well, if I had the ability to, like, not worry about the mods and the amount of size of the space, I'd be there in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, I'd do it. Reaver says, so have I wet your whistle on Alaska? You know what? I think the chat has spoken. I think the chat has spoken, and yeah, I think we're gonna be moving on to Dredge Creek. Absolutely. We got 23 votes. Again, thank you all so very, very much. I'm gonna leave it open for a little while longer, see if anybody else has any opinions or wants to throw another log onto the fire on this one. But I think right now Dredge Creek is winning, and it's not even close. So let's see. We got... Where was I? Luke says, I'm back, BDD. Well, Luke, hope your presents turned out to be awesome. Again, happy birthday, and hope it was a fantastic birthday so far. Bradford says, welcome back to Luke. Jonah with the $5 super chat says, since I missed you singing. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Let's see. Reaver says, AKA screenshots on Facebook. Wait a minute. Did you send me screenshots? Oh. Why, you did. I didn't even notice that. Ooh. Okay. Well, Todd, I will definitely check those out after stream, but yeah, definitely got my interest. Let's see. Will then says, no worries, BDD. Even with them, I'm happy. And I tell you what, if you can assemble a fleet of players for your map there, bud, it will be a huge step for you, because that map of yours is so ridiculously huge. The scope of the build that you got going on is absolutely nuts. So yeah, all hands on deck. Hopefully it works out for you, and that you get the fleet of folks, because you need the help. I don't blame you whatsoever on that one. Will also says, I will be doing a community live stream play on my map when it comes out. That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Luke says, time to play some FS22. Oh, I tell you what, that makes for a amazing end to a day. I will throw it out here right now. Part of the reason why I play this game, number one, is it's an amazing game. Number one, first and foremost. But number two, it's so incredibly relaxing. It is so just, I can just kind of turn my brain off and just allow myself to enjoy. It's not like, like a Call of Duty. It's not like NHL. It's not like any of these games that require you to really kind of focus, hunker down, be good at, to be able to make progress. I even noticed it in the series I'm doing on Grounded. I've done an episode on Grounded, and I've noticed like getting stressed out and frustrated because either I'm doing poorly or something happened that kind of worked against my favor, whatever the case may be. And I don't get that in Farming Simulator. I just get, to kick back, relax, and enjoy what it is I'm doing. I'm making progress, and that progress is leading to better and better results. So it's one of those where, how do I want to say it? It's one of those where the game is as good as it is because of the style in which it presents itself. And wow, I just kind of lost my train of thought. Yeah, so because it's a good game, it's obviously going to end the day very well. But it's also going to make it to where if there's any stresses throughout the day, if there's any kind of, things that kind of got to you or whatever the case may be, it allows you to kind of just turn off your brain and just unwind. And there's not a whole lot of things that do that anymore. There's so many things out there that are specifically focused on keeping your attention. So many things that are, meant to elicit a reaction of one way, shape, or form. Whether it's to be emotional, whether it's to be, anger is a type of emotion, but regardless of what, there's so many things out there that just are intended to not only keep your attention, but to drive up a sense of we'll just leave it blanket with emotion, a sense of emotion to get you worked up, to get you kind of, get you jazzed up about something, shape, or form. And that in of itself is stressful. That in of itself is just, causing, a lot of people, it's causing a lot of people to break, but it's just, the internet is a great good and a great evil. And there's so many things out there that can make it such a thing. So, let's see. We've got Will says FS25 BDD. I will play. BDD and I will play together. Oh yeah, yes, 100%. Bradford with the smiley faces emojis. We got. Whoops, I'm trailing off. And then Will says, I like to play FS and listen to relaxing music. It's very soothing, and Christmas music, LOL, drives my wife up a wall. I tell you what, my wife is the absolute opposite. She loves Christmas time. She loves her Christmas movies. She loves her Christmas music. Now, if anything, don't get me wrong, I love Christmas. I love the season and whatnot. What drives me nuts is it seems like earlier and earlier and earlier we start celebrating a holiday, like well before it's actually time for said holiday. We'll start celebrating Christmas in, July. And I mean, it's September. It's already September. Oops. It's already September, and I noticed like my local Walmart has like all their Christmas decorations. All their stuff is out already. And it's like September, and they had it out since beginning of September. Oh, will you stop it? Push the wrong button. There we go. So it's just it's one of those where like that's what drives me nuts about the holiday, is that the fact that we're getting bombarded so early and so often with that. Now again, I love Christmas. I absolutely adore it. But I mean, so I'll go ahead and tell this story. I went to the local Walmart the other day, and I needed weed killer. Now, here in Florida, grass is still growing, grass is still out of control, weeds are out of control. You know, this time of year, things still are still going. But because every single Walmart's on this kind of generic kind of rotation for their products, down here in Florida, there's things that come out that just make absolutely no sense for the time of year that we're in. You know, but you go to one Walmart, you're basically going to get all the various different products that you can get at any Walmart. It's all going to be relatively the same. And because of that, like I said, it makes it to where Florida Walmarts can be a little odd. You know, case in point, it's still 90 degrees outside, but Walmart is no longer selling fans. You know, they're putting on deep discounts, and, you know, if you need a fan, good luck. You know, you have to go to Amazon, you know, kind of thing. You're not going to find a fan at Amazon. Well, I went to the store the other day, went to Walmart to pick up some weed killer. And where they were keeping the weed killer is right where the Christmas stuff is, which is kind of nerve-wracking all of itself. But one of those where, because, oh my goodness, that snuck up on me. I'm sorry about that. Because all the Christmas stuff is, you know, taken over and all that stuff, there is no weed killer. There's none. So I had to go to, like, down the road to the local Home Depot to be able to pick up weed killer. And it's like, well, that really stinks, because one, I had my oldest daughter with me, and she was starting to get a little frustrated for being in the car, because she wants to get out of the car and go walk around in the store, or, you know, at bare minimum, you know, be able to just sit in the cart where she can kind of move around and stretch out and whatnot. And just one of those where there was really nothing I could do about it. I had to put her back in the car, and she was upset, and it's like, I'm sorry, sweetheart, but we gotta go to the other store. So, you know, it is what it is, but it gets frustrating sometimes down here, because we get the weird stuff that don't belong during the season. Willen says, well, I have to head to bed. Hope everyone has a good night. I appreciate all of you guys. We appreciate you too, Will. Hope you have yourself a fantastic night. We'll see you again, and thanks for stopping by. See you again next time, bud. You take care. Bradford says night to Will. We got Will that says Christmas! I love it. Luke says see you, Will. We got Ken that says good night, Will. Catch you later. Jonah says Halloween with the Jasper emojis. We got Luke that says, I like to play FS22 and listen to you or Rusty, or listen to country music. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm too. I'm a big country fan. Love me some country music. Really, my big thing when I'm just playing the game, like if I'm doing contract work or something like that, where I'm not actually having to do a recording session, which on Pelinier was happening quite often. I was doing a lot of contracts and stuff like that, where I was trying to get an abundance of contracts done so I could just get the cash. And what I tend to do is I listen to podcasts. I try to expand out what it is, like my understanding of the world. So I'll sit there and listen to like politics, or I'll listen to, like here lately, the one thing I've been listening to a lot is scammers. Like scammers getting their comeuppance. I mentioned this in the last stream, where I started watching Kit Boga, and that's where it all kind of started. And Kit Boga's all right in my opinion, but the one that I'm really, really, really liking is one called Scammer Payback, and that one I'm really liking because it's a more proactive approach to the whole scamming community. As I mentioned in the previous live stream, my father was a victim of scamming, not to this severe of a degree that they deal with, not tens of thousands of dollars. Somebody got a hold of his bank card and they made fraudulent transactions. That was it. But I mean, we're talking about people who will pretty much sign away their entire life savings, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, all because somebody called them up and pretended to be somebody that they're not. And it's incredibly powerful and incredibly sad. But the reason I really like the Scammer Payback is because they'll actually reverse connect to these scammers' computers, to their phones, to all this stuff, and will actually track them down, turn them into the authorities. We'll do all this kind of stuff in order to try and prevent the scams from actually occurring. We'll actually protect people. They'll actually financially assist people on who have been victims of scamming and whatnot. So it's one of those. It's been really. I think I used the word cathartic in the last stream. It is. It's extremely cathartic because you can actually feel for these people. You can actually feel for the victims of these crimes, and to sit there and think, well, this is somebody's grandmother, this is somebody's grandfather who's worked their entire life. They're retired now, and now they have nothing, or that they, whatever the case may be. To see that somebody is using something like hacking as a tool for good is a very, very good thing. And there was one I actually watched just today, I think, where the scammer was literally trying to make the hacker, I think he goes by the name Pierogi, was trying to make him feel bad and made himself out to be this altruistic person. It's like, oh, well, I'm not actually going in and like robbing them at I'm not forcing them to do this. I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not actually in their bedrooms and stealing the money from under the mattress. Like, all this kind of stuff. They're like rationalizing what it was that they're doing to make it sound like they're not these low-life pieces of scum. And it was just one of those kind of things, like, and then he's trying to turn it around on Pierogi and say, oh, well, you're the bad guy because you're hacking, you're doing something illegal. And it's like, dude, like, what you're saying is so nonsensical that you should be should be ashamed of your life, full sentence, stop. But then you should be ashamed for even having the brass to sit there and say that, to sit there and be like, oh, well, you're a bad guy too because you're hacking. Like, no, like, yeah, both of what we do is in an essence wrong, but it's all into the purpose as to what those things are being utilized for. You're utilizing your illegal activity for illegal activity. Like Pierogi, he's using his illegal activity to prevent illegal activity, to try and stymie future illegal activity. And then they went on to say, oh, I'm going to call the cops, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. It's like, oh, really? You're going to sit there and explain to the cops that you were a victim of hacking because they wanted to stop you from making other legitimate victims. In what world, in what way does that logic make sense? So it was just, like I said, I've been watching that a lot here lately, and it's been very, very fun. Where was I? Bradford says Walmart is weed killing the season. Yeah, is killing the season, and that's it. That's it exactly. Is that because they're so hyped as to trying to make a buck, that they come out earlier and earlier and earlier with all their products, that it just really already starts to put like a sour note to it. It's not special anymore, to where you go to, like, when I lived in Michigan, I used to go to a town called Frankenmuth. Us FS22 players will know the name Frankenmuth. Frankenmuth is a really cool town in Michigan. And for those who have never been, go. It's an awesome, awesome town. It's basically like Little Germany there in Michigan. And Frankenmuth has a amazing store called Bronner's. Bronner's is basically it's a giant store dedicated to Christmas. I mean, everything about it is Christmas in one way, shape, or form. And it's just a fantastic store. But going to Bronner's is very much a special occasion kind of thing. But you go to Walmart, you basically go into Walmart all the time, whether it's for groceries, whether it's for random stuff, whatever the case may be. And you're going there and you're seeing this stuff that ought to be like a special occasion. It should be here for like a very limited window. And it just seems like Walmart and other stores are putting this stuff out earlier and earlier and earlier. And it's just taken away that sense of special, that sense of this is something that is, you know, kind of unique for a specific time frame. And now you're getting the whole Christmas in July. I mean, you're not getting it now, but you know, you get the whole Christmas in July. You get the whole Christmas, I thought I heard something the other, like Christmas in May or something like that. It was, I forget exactly what that was regarding, but it's just like, no, like if everything, it actually goes back to what I was saying earlier. If everything's special, nothing is special. If everything is X, then nothing is X. And in this case, if the entire year is Christmas, then what does Christmas matter? You know, unless you are, you know, following Christmas for its deeper religious meaning, then the holiday as its kind of current, you know, materialistic incarnation is pretty much falling by the wayside. Because again, if everything's special, then nothing's special. And Walmart is, you know, perpetuating it's no longer special. It's no longer something worth having like a significant meaning towards. So let's see, I think I had a big old patch. I think it was a patch over here that I missed out on. Or maybe over by the tree line? No, because I'm not. There's definitely nothing over here. Oh yeah, here's a little. Okay, so it looks like some patches here and there that I just need to clean up for this one, because we're at what, 86%? Alright, well. So yeah, we're just trying to clean up these little field edges here, get these contracts to complete, and then we're going to set fully focused on the remainder of the bale creation and all that stuff. So hopefully the worker is doing okay. Hopefully he's not making a complete hash of things. Let's see, 86% still. Okay. So we shall see. Just trying to... Oh, yeah, see, here's where a good chunk of it is that was missed. All right. Get out of here, birds. I don't want to hear your crowing. Isn't there a YouTuber? Is it DJ Goham that's... Get out of here, birds. That sounds like something DJ would do. I might be mistaken. I might be thinking of somebody else, but I swore there was a YouTuber out there that always yell at the birds. And I thought it was DJ Goham. I could be wrong about that. I could be very, very much wrong about that. Let's see. So, Bradford says, LOL. Jonah says, Walmart wouldn't let me buy the walls. Oh, man. Bradford says, they have closed 3 Walmarts in my area. Wow. Really? Bradford, if you don't mind me asking, what area are you in? Because that's shocking to me that Walmart, of all stores, have closed. I mean, and I've heard of a lot of these stores, like in inner cities and whatnot, they're closing down, and a lot of it due to, like, rampant theft and stuff like that. That again, that's what I've heard. But, I mean, Walmart, for all things, being closed down, that's nuts. Let's see. Jody with the pumpkins and Buddy. Yeah, dude, I'm actually looking forward to Halloween this year, because now that my youngest daughter is born, I mean, we've been doing kind of family dressing up for Halloween over the past 2 years since my eldest was born, but we decided that we're going to be doing something as a family for the 4 of us, and really, really looking forward to it, because my daughter has been really big into Sesame Street here lately, and in particular, a couple of characters. 1, Cookie Monster, and 2, Abby Cadabby. She's been loving Abby Cadabby, so much so that my wife, actually, funny story, and again, every single parent will know exactly the feeling when I tell this story. So, my wife ended up taking our daughter out to a theme park, and it's like this little theme park. It has like a little kids area and all that stuff, and there's a whole bunch of like Sesame Street stuff. Well, like I said, my daughter's been loving watching Abby Cadabby, and it's this particular education show. It's not Sesame Street, but they use these little Abby Cadabby dolls, and she ended up going to this area where, like, it's a kid area, and it's all like Sesame Street themed. And just so happened that a little girl that was at this little kids play area had a Abby Cadabby doll, and my daughter, loving Abby Cadabby, went over to try and take the doll. She hasn't learned yet, and we're teaching her. We're telling her, no, that's not yours, and all that stuff. But she went over to take the doll. Well, my wife, being like 2 steps behind her apparently, and then again, my wife was there, I was not, so I'm telling you how my wife told me. My wife, being 2 steps behind her, is getting ready to reach down and to grab our daughter. The mother of the child who owned the doll actually scolded my daughter and said, no, that's not yours. Like, actually scolded her. And my wife, when I tell you, she saw red. I guess she made kind of a snide little comment to her and said, "This is my daughter. I'll handle this," kind of thing. And I guess my wife, she was steamed. She was really, really mad. And it was telling me, like, if she had said like one more word, and it's like, yeah, I would have been pretty steamed too. Would have been very, very much steamed. I mean, it'd be one thing if, like, well, I mean, I don't think there was any excuse good enough to scold her. Like, if she would have said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie, but this is hers," and would have corrected her, that's one thing. That's one thing. But it was a from what my wife says, a genuine scolding. Like, "No, that's not yours," kind of thing. And ooh, my wife, she called me, Because I guess what had happened is afterwards, my daughter, she threw a fit. She got very upset. And you know, was she upset because she was told no? Was she upset because some random crazy lady said, you know, like scolded her? I mean, maybe 6 of one, half dozen the other. Who's to say? But no, more than likely it's because she was told no. But so I guess my daughter, she was really upset. My wife, she felt so bad because of just how this woman approached the situation. And my wife, she ended up taking her to this little store to look for Abby Dabby. My daughter calls her Abby Dabby, and she's, you know, sitting there trying to find her an Abby Dabby doll, and sure enough, she finds her a Abby Cadabby doll as well as a Cookie Monster doll. So, needless to say, my daughter that day not only got to go to the kid area, run around, have fun, and all this stuff, but then she got to bring home not 1, but 2 dolls of her own. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that every single parent knows exactly that feeling of, you know, mess with my kid and reap the consequences. Yeah, that's basically what my wife was going through at the time. Like I said, one of those I could totally understand if she was just like gently correcting her. It's like, oh no, it's not yours. You know, so sorry, sweetheart, and kind of go on your merry way. And especially when the parent is like right behind them trying to catch up. You know, I don't know, just the weird things that certain people and certain parents do and how people act sometimes is just kind of mind-blowing to me. And boom, let's say that's 34 grand, not bad. Oh, we're still chugging along. Okay, I mean, I'm actually really impressed. I'm actually really shocked that the worker has been keeping up and continuing to move along. I'm happy about that. Let's go ahead and read the chat. So we've got Reaver says, yes, DJ and no. Okay, yeah, so it is DJ. Okay, I was really hoping I wasn't making things up or something like that, because oof. There's times where I think it's like, oh, is that DJ? Is that Farmer Cop? Is that I know it's not Mr. Sealy P, because I can distinctly hear think of the get out of here birds. It's English, or it's not an English accent, so I know it's not him. You know, it's definitely an American. So I'm running through the list in my head of, you know, it seems like something DJ would do, like his kind of high energy kind of thing. Let's see. Jonah says, do you know why crows never get hit by cars? Because they always go car. It took me a second. Car. Oh no, that's good, Jonah. I like that one. Thank you. Let's see. Breffer says, go ham. Get out of here, birds. Okay, so it is get out of here. Get out of here, birds. Now, can anybody elaborate as to why? Was there like a reason as he does this, or is it just because it's kind of a running gag? Let's see. Jody says, has your wife got ready for Halloween? Oh man, my wife has been ready for Halloween since last October. Oh man, it's not even so much the Halloween. She decorates for fall. She doesn't like. She loves Halloween. She loves the holiday, but she doesn't like to decorate for Halloween. She likes to decorate for fall. So again, makes no sense here in Florida, but you know, she's got like all these different like fall signs. She's got these different like we've got these leaves, these multicolored leaves. Like you can see the leaves that are all around the map here. We've basically got garland. That's what it is. It's like garland, but in leaves. That's all strung out in our kitchen. We've got all these different like bright orange and yellows and all this different stuff just strewn all about the house. Like I've got a garage, and it's a separate garage, like a standalone garage from the rest of the house. in the garage, there's an attic. In the attic, there's an entire section of the garage dedicated to nothing but her decoration stuff. It is just dedicated, this whole thing. And every year around this time of year, I'm making at least 4 separate trips up and down into the attic to get things out of the attic. And it's for Halloween, it's for Christmas, it's for New Year's, and it's for Valentine's Day. Those 4 holidays, I'm going up into the attic, and not only am I going up into the attic, I'm then having to get all these boxes and totes and stuff down from the attic. I'm then having to go through each and every single box that we go and have, because she is deathly afraid of bugs and frogs, especially frogs. So, funny story, the last time that she had a frog encounter, so this was back when she had her old car. This was, she had a old 2003 Jeep Liberty? I think it was a 2003 Jeep Liberty. It sounds about right. Anyways. So one day, so there's 2 stories actually. One day, she's going out to the car, and she's leaving. It's about, I think, like 7-ish in the morning. I think she was getting ready to go to the gym. And she's going out there. I'm asleep. I'm passed out. I'm absolutely exhausted. Just waiting to get to the point where I have to wake up for work. And all of a sudden I hear this blood-curdling cry, like this blood-curdling scream from outside. I rush out of bed. I am only in my underwear. I go rushing outside. I'm ready to fight whatever it is that made my wife scream like this. I've got like my hands up in like fighting pose. I'm in fight or flight mode, and I'm in fight mode. And now again, I'm hearing this. I'm inside the house. She's outside, and our bedroom's in the back of the house. Where we park her car is in the front of the house. So I'm able to hear her not only from outside, but from completely opposite ends of the house. So she screams. I rush out there, and I'm looking around, fists up in the air, like, what? What's going on? And she's like not saying anything. Like, she's just absolutely just in her own world at this point. And all of a sudden she's like, "There's a frog in the car." And I'm like, "What?" "There's a frog in the car." I'm like, "You screamed bloody murder, like somebody was hurting you, because there's a frog in the car?" It's like, "That frog nearly killed me." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You're not driving. You're not, like, what are you talking about?" It's like, "That frog nearly got me, babe. That frog nearly ended me." I'm like, "You're lucky you're cute." "You're lucky you're cute." And I just, like, okay. I turn right around and I start walking. It's like, "Where are you going?" She's starting to freak out. Like, "Where do you think you're going?" I'm like, "I'm going back to bed." And she's like, "You gotta get the frog." I'm like, "It's a frog. Chill out. What are you talking about?" She's like, "There is a frog in my car, and you are not going back to bed until that frog is out of here. And I am not going anywhere in this car." I'm like, "Wait. So what you're saying is, even if I get the frog out of the car, you're not taking the car?" She's like, "No, I'm not leaving in this car. I'm taking your car. Get the frog out of mine." And I'm like, okay. So even if I were to grab the frog and show it to you and say, like, here's the frog, it's no longer in your car, you're still going to take my car?" It's like, "Yes, I'm taking your car. That's it." Okay. What is going on here? Button, who's got the button? All right, there we go. So anyways, so she ends up taking my car and she takes off. I'm like, all right. So I grab the frog and, I take a proof that I caught the frog, because she required proof and evidence that I had the frog. So grab the frog, take a picture of it, and show it to her and send it to her and whatnot. And then she proceeded to be upset that I took a picture of the frog and presented her with the proof. She's like, I got to the gym, you sent me a picture of a frog, and what were you thinking? Now, I'm making her sound like she's like this crazy person. She's like, she was obviously worked up. That wasn't like, that was genuine. What isn't genuine is like her like being demanding or anything like that. That's not what was happening. So I'm kind of spicing it up for story's sake, but just don't want anybody to think, oh wow, she's sounds like a bear to deal with. No. She's an absolutely lovely woman. Just want to make sure I throw that out there. So, anyways, long story short, she was giving me the business because I sent her a picture of a frog, and she was at the gym. She was working out at the time. She brought up the photo, and apparently she was almost let out another scream there at the gym, because it was a close up. I guess the reason it startled her is because it was I just bumped the mic. It was frog in one hand, camera in the other, and it was like right in frame kind of thing. It was right like close up, so it was just like a big frog just like right in her face kind of thing. So she wasn't happy about that. So anyways, the second story that was actually again pretty funny. Again, same car. Some reason frogs were able to get into this car. I don't know why, but it just wasn't sealed properly. She, again, going to the gym bright and early in the morning. And again, frogs in this state are a nuisance. They're absolutely a nuisance. They're all over the place. They're everywhere, and they're the climbing ones too. So they stick onto things. They'll jump out at you, and you don't even realize that they're there. It's fun. It's fun. So anyways, I'm sitting again bright and early. It's probably like 6-7 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden my phone rings. Now, my phone ringer is loud, and I've got a custom song on my phone that is, again, very, very loud. And I'm sleeping. It startles me awake. And I answer the phone. Hello? You need to get down here right now. Like, what? You need to come get me. You need to help. I need your help. I'm like, what's going on? There's a frog in my car. I'm like, where are you? It's like, I'm at the end of the street and I'm not getting back in the car. So she had gotten down to the end of the street when she realized that there's a frog in the car. It's in the on the windshield on the inside, and she's like on the side of the road hollering. She's like, "There's a frog in the car." Like, number one, calm down, because you're going to have some random looky-loo come out of their house and thinking that you're some crazy person. That's number one. Number two, I'll be there in a minute. So, needless to say, it was one of those fun experiences that all of us with wives, girlfriends, etc. understands. And, yeah. It's one of those, save me from the little critter that poses no threat to me. Anywho, let's see. Jonas says, nope, wait. I'm way up here. Okay. Jody says, DJ yells at the birds. Yes. And then Ken says, yep, DJ says that, quote, BDD. And then Jonah says, Cookie! Yes, that is the other character my daughter absolutely loves, is Cookie Monster. So, Cookie Monster. And that and Abby Dabby. Whenever she wants to watch this one show that we let her watch, that's what she says is Abby Dabby, Abby Dabby, Abby Dabby. I want to watch Abby Dabby. I want to watch Abby Dabby. And very oftentimes, because she only gets TV like at very specific times of the day. It's typically about a half hour before she's getting ready for her nap during the midday, and then about another half hour ish at the end of the day when she's getting ready for bed. So it's basically at times when we want her to stop and wind down, and not be running around and be all hyped up and focused. And we found that really helps her to not only wind down, but to actually get to sleep and whatnot. So she sleeps very, very well, especially for a 2-year-old. So yeah, those are the two characters that she loves the most. Jody says Count Dracula. He's a good character on there. Oh yeah, the Count, absolutely. We actually just recently got her some Sesame Street Play-Doh, because the one show that she watches, that's one thing they have is the Sesame Street Play-Doh. And it's just, it's like Cookie Monster, Elmo, all these things, and they're all in different colors, and they kind of represent the colors scheme of each of the characters and whatnot. So Elmo's red, Cookie Monster's blue, so on and so forth. Abby Cadabby's pink, and whatnot. Well, she'll during the day she's like Play-Doh, Play-Doh, Abby Cadabby, Play-Doh, Abby Cadabby, Play-Doh, and it's just so cute. Anyways, where was I? Bradford says Notre Dame, Indiana. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I know exactly where you're at there. Been through there several times. Reaver says DJ doesn't like the birds in the game. Or they annoy him. Okay, so that's basically what it seemed like to me, is that it just seemed like kind of a running gag of, they just kind of pester him. God, you're birds. Let's see. Ken says, I wonder how many energy drinks DJ drinks before doing a video. He's so amped up. Oh yeah. Now see, what I would find absolutely hilarious is if that's just him. Actually, no. What I would actually find very hilarious is like if you actually got to meet him in real life, if he was just this like kind of reserved, toned down, like very quiet kind of person. I wonder if that's the case. And I wonder if it's like a character he just throws on for the camera kind of thing. I don't know. I think that would be kind of interesting to be like, to have that ability of turning that kind of energy on and off kind of thing. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I personally do that for the channel or anything like that. Like, I'm pretty much the way I am on the channel is the way I am in real life. It's just kind of, I am's what I am's. Kind of am. It kind of thing. And just one of those where, I don't know. I would find that personally funny. Is like, hey, is this not, is this a character per se, but is this something that he's actually like the complete opposite of in real life kind of thing? I just think it'd be kind of interesting to know. But I've never met him in person or anything like that, so just don't know. So it looks like this end of the field is fine. We're going to make a quick loop around, and then we got to pick up all these bales. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Todd says, I wish I could see her face. Oh, man. She is absolutely adorable, but that's the one thing when I started the channel that I explicitly told my wife is that at no point will my daughters ever make like a feature appearance on the channel. I mean, not like they can right now. Anyways, simply because I don't have a camera. I don't record with a camera. But I do like the idea there that Jonah had in the last stream there about the face reveal. So who knows? Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll do a face reveal and whatnot. But just, I don't know, one of those where I flat out told her it's not something that I'll ever do, is to put my children in front of the camera to I don't want to say exploit them or anything like that. I don't know. I've seen way too many videos of parents sticking cameras in their children's faces for views, for things like that. And there's nothing more important to me than my daughters and my wife. Those are the most important things. I would never ever be okay with trying to become famous by using my kids that way. But I've seen so many examples of parents doing that, of parents, using their kids to gain clout, to gain influence and all that stuff. And it's, oh, darn it, I didn't pick up anything that I've been running over at this point because the baler isn't on. Can we turn on? Can we turn on? Oh, I just ejected the bale. Oops. So yeah, no, it's one of those that I told my wife very early on that that my daughters will never be on the channel, ever. So I don't know, and just there's so much weird stuff that happens in the world today that you never know. You never know. And don't get me wrong, the community that we built here is absolutely fantastic, and I would never think that anybody here would be capable of anything like that. But you never know who outside of the community could eventually come across that kind of stuff. That's why, like, I don't like posting anything about them on social media. Like, I'll sit there and tell stories. I'll sit there and, do things like that. But, like, posting pictures, you never know. You never know who's going to come across these kind of things and the kind of weird things that people can do. It just, yeah. So there's that aspect. There's the like I said, the kind of using them aspect, quote unquote. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of, I guess, old school in that regard. It's that how do I want to say this? Kind of going back to the whole, like, influence building and stuff like that. There's how do I want to say this? I would love for the channel to become successful. I would absolutely love it. It would be great. But not at the expense of not at anything's expense, not anything or anyone's expense. Like, I'm not willing to sell my soul in order to, have, DJ Goham numbers, kind of thing, or Mr. CLP numbers, or Driver 53 numbers. I'm not willing to do that. And I know there's tons of people out there who are willing to not only sell their soul, but to sell their firstborn, to sell everything, to throw morality and scruples out the window in order to get a taste of fame. And that's not me. That's not me. I could not in a million years. But again, I think it's because the way I was raised and all that stuff. It's just, morality plays a big part in my life. To be a good moral human being. And there are certain things that are immoral, just plain and simple. And doesn't matter how good the payoff could be, doing something immoral is just that. It's immoral. And I don't operate that way. I never operated that way. So let's see. Let's pull in here. Oh, hold on. Can I get the silage yet? Can I get the silage yet? Nope. Where are we at? Where are we at? What are you? Where? Oh, is this real life? Nope. Wrong. 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 That's what I'm looking. 96%. We're almost there. Oh my goodness. That's gonna be. Oh, that's gonna be fun. We're likely not gonna get it on this stream, but certainly on the next one. Definitely on the next one. All right. So now we need our bale trailer. Here we're gonna disconnect this. All right, now we'll back this in. All right, and then we'll get this. And I'm pretty certain. Uh-oh. Am I just a big bag of dumb? I am too. I am just a big bag of dumb. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I did that. Yeah, I did too. I sold off my bale trailer, didn't I? That's right. I sold off my bale trailer because I bought the Titan trailer. I completely forgot about that. Oh my goodness. Trailers, yeah. Forge wagons. Okay, well. Bale trailer it is. Bale loaders. Let's go here. 21,000. I don't know how many bales this will take, but we'll see. Let's get the worker to take this over, and I'm going to catch up with the chat here real quick. Where? Oh, there we go. And just like that. All right, where was I? Reaver says he is that way in real life. That honestly, I mean, although I'd find it kind of funny if he was kind of more laid back, reserved and whatnot, and just kind of flipped a switch, that doesn't shock me at all. It absolutely doesn't shock me that he'd be that way in real life. And it's one of those that, I mean, based off of the man behind the camera, you know, with everything, he seems like a really cool dude, like a really, like, genuinely nice guy. And I've never heard anything to the opposite of that. So, one of those that, who knows? Maybe one day I'll have an interaction with him and get to experience it firsthand. But definitely one of those that definitely seems like a cool dude. Definitely seems like a cool dude. Luke says, I was talking about... Singer Free... Oh! Gotcha. Sorry, I misunderstood about the frogs. Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, I was there and I still couldn't even believe the look that she had on her face, like she had seen a ghost. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. Like, so down here in Florida, for those who are not familiar with the flora and fauna that are down here, there are, like I said, there's tons of different species of frogs and all this stuff, but there's this toad that's down here. It's called a bufu toad. Very, very, very highly toxic. Very toxic. If you got cuts in your skin and you pick it up, if you get this toxin in your skin, it can hurt you. Like the whole 9 yards. It's pretty rough. Now, what's more common than anything is that pets get a hold of these frogs, these toads, and it ends up hurting them. I mean, very severely. Can even kill them. So it's one of those where, number one, you don't let your animals out unsupervised by themselves or anything like that, and you certainly don't you certainly don't like let them outside at night by themselves. So I'm constantly, even though I have a fenced-in yard, I could very easily just let my dogs outside and just let them run around and do all that stuff. No, and yeah, we got there. Whew. There wasn't enough time to stop, and there wasn't enough time to hit the afterburner, so had to make it. Had to make it. Anyways, what was I saying? I just completely lost it, and I got sidetracked there. Let's see. What was I saying? Wow. So it's almost 2 in the morning here, so I'm getting pretty tired, and just realized that, yeah, I just kind of trailed off there. So, whoa. Kaboom. Just impaled into the ground. Bradford says, oh, smart. SMRT. Let's see. Oh. I'm curious. Oh, you know what? That's something else I need to do too real quick. Operating position. Okay, cool. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like a pro load or pro unload kind of thing on this trailer. Here, let's see. Reaver says, that's it for me tonight. Night all. All right, Todd, thank you so much for coming out tonight. Like I said, I'll check out those photos after stream. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you had fun. Hope you have a fantastic night. We'll see you again next time. You take care. Bradford says, time for me is after midnight. Ooh. Oh, time for an after midnight snack. Ooh, that does sound good. I actually ended up doing like a public sub today for dinner, and it was good too. Did a turkey ham roast beef, and man, was it good. But that was many hours ago, and I'm kind of getting hungry myself. Let's see. Ken says, everyone watch BDD chug. Oh. Everyone watch BDD chug to a stop. LOL. Can he guess why? Wait, what? Everyone watch BDD chug to a stop. LOL. Can he guess why? Sorry. What was that? Oh, it was a car. Sorry. There was some weird noise that just went past the house, and it sounded like, imagine what you would hear like a flying saucer from the old TV shows would be, like the wooka 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 wooka, like that kind of like flapping metal sound, but it was kind of more bassy than that. It was very weird. It was very obviously a very old car with a very rundown engine. But Ken, I'm sorry, bud, but I'm not understanding what you're saying there. Can you elaborate? Bradford said night, Todd. Ken said night to Todd, and Bradford said, hi, bye. Klaus? Oh, and I'm going into the field. All right, so we've got all these to pick up now. Oh, wait, why? I thought I had an operating position. Did I not? All right, how many bales does this thing hold? I don't think I've ever used this bale trailer before. Oof, clobbered. I'm hoping that, let's see, 6 is at 20%. Oof, yeah, I left all this grass behind, didn't I? Oh, well, we'll pick it up next time. It'll stay here until next time. 40% at 12. Oh, wow. This 30 bales at this size? Really? That's not bad for a trailer that has 15 grand. That's not bad at all. $30 bales, 15 grand. Okay. I can pick up what this thing's putting down. All right, we are almost at our first trailer load. And there we go. You know what? Let's go cut through the woods. Why not? We gotta go way out there anyways, so that'll work just fine. I don't think I've ever actually driven through these woods before. It is rather dark, though. I tell you what. This is a really nice forest. This is a really nice map. Like, there's so many different elements to this map, and most of them I won't say most, but some of them I haven't even experienced yet. Like I said, I've never been on this trail before. Never been on this road. I've never had to. Let's see. Now, if we, I think we go this way. There's these unnumbered grass fields down here. This is so cool. Let's go into see what this looks like. Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. This is really nice. Oh, and it kind of opened up here. I tell you what, Mr. Hector did a fantastic job on this map. Absolutely fantastic job on this map. Let's see. So I am going the right. Yeah, I am going the right way. Okay, cool. Look at that. That worked out really good. Just dumps this out right here. All right. Now it's kind of a straightaway. So let's take a look. Bradford says, I used to work in Michigan and lived in Indiana during the time change. Ooh. Yeah, so that definitely is rough. I mean, having to commute anywhere is rough, but then having to deal with a time change on top of it, that would be oof. Just oof. Ken says the answer is fuel. Oh, okay. Whew. You had me worried there, Ken. It's like, how low am I? So I'm not that low, am I? So nah, I still got plenty. Still got plenty of time. And Bradford says train, and also, are you down with, or are you down? Ooh, easy poll. Or are you down with what's up? Oh no. There we go. And I think oh, perfect. 19. It looks like it'll sell off all this. Oh yeah, we still got a whole trailer load and then a couple of bales left. So we've got quite a bit to bring over. Holy smokes. We're gonna at least have 2 more trips? At least 2 more trips. Alright, let's do this. Let's have the worker send it over. Actually, no, wait. I am caught up. What am I talking about? Ken says, if you go into the woods tonight, you surely find BDD out of gas. Well, here's hoping not. Here's hoping that that definitely won't happen. But, I mean, unfortunately, with the way I play, anything's possible. Alright, so let's complete this contract. Let's go... yeah, let's go this way. Because now that I'm looking at the map like this will be kind of more direct. I won't have to do any like swoopy-doos like you do down in the southwest corner of the map there. I'll be able to just kind of go straight. Yeah, I think... Oh, I am just all over the place. There we go. Ken with an LOL. Oh my goodness. I tell you what. Okay, I think yeah, I think I turn here. Yep, I turn here. Oh man, I tell you what. I have way too much fun. Way too much fun on these streams. Again, I want to thank everybody who came out tonight. I want to thank everybody who participated in the poll. Yeah, I have an absolute ball. I have an absolute blast hanging out with everyone, coming out, having a good time. This is definitely the highlight of my days when I get to come out here and just shoot the breeze, have some fun, and just kick back and have some fun. It's good times, good times. So thank everybody who stopped by tonight. Thanks for everyone, like I said, who participated in the poll. At last check, we were at like 22 votes, which I don't think I've ever gotten that many votes on a poll before. Which, I mean, in all fairness, I haven't ran that many polls before in the past. But, we all got to start somewhere, I guess. Let's see. But that also tells me that at least, 22 unique individuals actually came through this channel at some point to be able to get to that point. So that's actually really cool to think of. You know what? While we're doing that, 23 votes. Yeah, and the overwhelming majority, is Dredge Creek. So very, very cool. Oh no, Bradford with the DWI. Oh no. No. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, I do not consume alcohol, but you wouldn't know it based on how I'm driving. As a matter of fact, I would absolutely forgive you if you assumed that that was the case. And again, I don't drive like this in real life. Oh my goodness. There we go. Let's see, we got a few more. Got a few more. Boop, boop. 9 more. Oh, what do we got here? Ken says, you're welcome, BDD. And 23 votes. Very nice. Bradford says 23, 52, AL. 52 AL. Ken says, make that 24. Luke then says, have a good evening, chat. See you, BD. Luke, thanks again for stopping by. You have yourself a very, very happy rest of your birthday. I think it's still technically your birthday. So, like I said, have a very happy birthday. What remains of it. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Let's see. Bam, bam, and one more bale. And there we go. Let's go and drop this batch off. And I'm really curious to see how many bales we're going to come out of this with. Really curious. Because this, I mean, I'll be perfectly honest, I would love to have had this as silage. This being a silage contract would have been amazing. But, I mean, it is what it is. It's not a huge deal. Not huge at all. Let's see. Bradford, DWIC, driving while in chat. That was good. That was really good. Ken says LOL to Bradford. Yes, that is definitely deserving of an LOL. Thank you, Bradford. I got a big chuckle out of that. Oh, that's good. That is good. Oh my goodness. Love it. I absolutely love it. Alright, so I shouldn't be able to complete the contract with this batch of bales. I think I'm going to be like 2-ish% short. So if that's the case, then we're definitely got to make at least one more trip and somehow only get like 1 or 2 bales, probably just 1, into the trigger, so that way it is it's kind of like minimizing the amount of bales we're going to lose, because I mean every bale is a keeper. I want to keep as many of the bales as we can, even though we've got plenty of hay. It's not like we're hard up for anything, but just want to keep it. Luke says, I think that it will get the Alaska map when you plan the... let's just stop. I think that I will get the Alaska map when you plan the map. Oh, very nice. Yeah, definitely, if you haven't checked it out, definitely check it out, because it's definitely a solid map. And if, like, woodworking and stuff like that is, you know, kind of your cup of tea, then that's going to be up there. That and wood harvesting and grass work. Those are going to be the 2 big things on that map. And depending on how, well, not even depending. I plan on setting up in such a way as to... Oh, it's not what I intended to do. 96, so 4%. Okay. So I intend of setting up in a way where both of those are going to be severely important. Now, the one thing I am going to say, I'll say it right up front, and I'll also elaborate this when, well, more than likely it's going to be Dredge Creek. but when the new Let's Play series starts up, it's only going to be a bridge filler between the remainder of FS22 to 25. As soon as 25 drops, see ya, sayonara, I'm out of here. Just one of those where I don't want to not create content, don't want to have it, or don't not want to have a Let's Play. So it's likely going to be one where it's just going to be mainly focused on the build, on kind of building things up, no specific goal in mind, to where most of the Let's Plays that I do, they have either an underlying goal or some place that I project them to get to where I can then sit there and say, okay, we got to this point, now we can consider starting to reel it in and calling it a series kind of thing. But this one is going to be, because it's going to be, you know, basically only in the allotted time between now and FS25, there's not going to be like a higher goal to achieve as much as there's going to be just, you know, trying our best to build up what we can with the allotted amount of time. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to kind of doing this, because what I'm planning on doing is a kind of survival-esque style map. You know, start from scratch kind of style, and kind of go from there. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and something that I don't often do on this channel. Last time I kind of did anything like this, even remotely like this, was with I think it was Silver Run, the series I did on Silver Run, if I'm not mistaken. I kind of did a halfway series, into this with Alma. It was kind of how the series started, but there was a lot of work in the background and stuff like that that kind of expedited things. This one is going to be more like meticulous and more kind of about the work, rather than, you know, trying to get through the series kind of thing. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I hope that you know, everybody will tune in, and hope everyone certainly enjoys it. Let's see. I am really shocked with how much bales we're going to get off of this field. Like, not just how many bales we're going to get off this field, because it's a large field. Yes, no doubt. No doubt it's a large field. But how much extra we should have at the end of this field, at the end of this contract. Like, we should have a pretty considerable amount of hay after this. And I guess I don't know why I'm shocked. I mean, well, no, I guess I am, because I don't remember having this many bales the last time that we did this field. This seems like a lot more, and it almost seems like maybe I was in the second stage of growth in this field. Maybe I didn't cut it right away, and it was able to get to stage 2. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Oh, and I just realized I left the window open on the help menu. I'll close that in just a second. And there we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Let's see. Bradford says, pull the one bale off the trailer at a time. So I would do one bale at a time. The only problem with that is I can't pick up the bales. Like, I can't lift them. They're too heavy. So because I can't lift them, I'm not going to be able to just yank them off one at a time. So I'm going to keep what I can, but I'm going to make it to where I'm going to park in the unloading zone. I couldn't stop. Like, park as little as in the unloading zone as possible, kind of thing. So at most it'll take 3 bales. Like, well, technically 2 and potentially a partial. And then after we drop this last trailer off, or this last batch in order to complete this contract, I'll be able to then run this whole trailer over to the farm, and then we'll go to the farm rather than running back and forth to the southeast corner of the map. You know, we're basically going from, you know, mid-west part of the map to southeast, so it's not a direct route at all. So we're basically having to, you know, drive all over the map to where if we, after this, we're going from 17 to the starting farm, and it's so much closer. So it's going to be like zip, 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 be done. No problem. So let's see. Let me think. So I think that at the top of the hour, if I'm not mistaken, either I'm going to be at like 98 or 100% of the silage being fermented. And if that's the case, then definitely in the next stream, definitely in the next one, we're going to be golden to sell off that silage. And that's going to be the plan, is we're going to try and make the most amount of money as we possibly can off of silage, and seeing what kind of payout we can expect. Let's see. Okay, so I think there we go. Pow! Perfect. Look at that. So we've got 27 bales. Exactly what I was saying there. I thought we would get rid of 3 of them. We got rid of 3 of them. So let's go ahead and now head back to the starting farm. Let's see. Preferences: use the tractor as a bulldozer. Yeah, I mean, that could definitely work, but I have had problems where I've tried that in the past, and I've actually ramped up the hay bale and gotten stuck. Like, basically mount the bale, and then it just sits there, and you can't get any traction off the tires or anything like that, because it's just literally right in the belly of the tractor. So I have done that a time or two. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm a little shy to do that one. All right, so I also want to take an inventory as to how many bales we have, so I do need to open the help window again. Boop, there we go. So let's see, after we get there, after we get everything all opened up, we'll collect, and then, yeah, we'll kind of go from there. Let's see. All right, Luke. Like I said, it was great seeing you. You having a great rest of your birthday. I think it's still technically your birthday. Not much longer, if I remember right. But you take care. See you again soon. Again, thank you for your upgrade to Tier 3. I'll work hard to try and get another stream set up sometime here in the next few days. As I was mentioning before, it just all depends on Giants and how they put out their maps and all that stuff throughout the week. We've been getting things very sparingly, so I don't foresee any interruptions in the schedule. So if that's the case, then likely tomorrow is going to be the first episode of the Let's Play, followed by its released. So I'll be recording the first episode tomorrow. It will release likely on Wednesday. So I could see maybe as early as Thursday being ready for the next stream. So if that's the case, I'll definitely reach out to you and let you know. But again, hope you have a fantastic night. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Let's see. Unload. All right. So we've got... Oh, wow. Okay, we got 23 straw bales. We've got 88 silage. 44 hay bales at 7,250 liters. We got 26 8,000 liters of hay bales, and we got one random size and a 49 9,000 liter bales. Wow. Wow. Let's see. Got Luke with all the custom emojis there. We got Ken with the then BDD blames Jasper for his mistake. LOL. No. We are making amends with Jasper. We're trying to we're trying to be good. Remember, Jasper apologized, and we're going to take his apology as a sign of coming together and moving forward. Anyways, Bradford says good night to Luke, and Luke says 11:13. So okay, so yeah, just for about another 45 minutes. So, like I said, happy birthday. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. You take care, bud. Let's see, Bradford with the wow. Oh, man. I don't know why that is so entertaining. The Owen Wilson. Wow. But every single time. You know what it is? It's my daughter. My daughter, she does a wow. And it just reminds me so much of the Owen Wilson wow. And she obviously doesn't do it because of Owen Wilson. She just happened to, like, naturally stumble across it. But every time she breaks it out, it's, wow. Oh, my goodness. Good stuff. Good times. And we still have all these bales. So we had 27 bales extra from the first load. From that first load, 27. Now let's see what we're going to get. And look at this. I mean, we got tons of bales just sitting up here waiting for us. So let's collect these. Is there any more over here? Oh, Ken with the face palm. Uh-oh, what did I miss? I missed something. What did I miss? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Should I be having, like, Danger, Will Robinson, Danger just playing in the background or something? Like... Let's see. So now... really dark over here in this corner. Bradford, yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm so lost right now. I am so incredibly lost. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. It's my wow, LOL. Oh. I gotcha. Like I said, I'm getting pretty tired. I'm starting to fade pretty fast, so we are we're going to pack up the rest of the bunker silo is done. Look at that. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's go uncover it. Let's go uncover the bunker. Let's go. Bobby says, Jasper's friend is lurking, just waiting to cause chaos. Oh, I mean, like I said, in the last stream, we bridged the gap with Jasper. We got a chance to sit with him and talk with him and try and understand more of the man and less of the ghost. So we're hoping that Jasper is turning over a new leaf. And again, he apologized, so we're going to accept his apology, and we're hopefully going to be able to move forward hand in hand. So we shall see. Nothing is guaranteed, obviously, but keep our fingers crossed. I mean, for all we know, it's going to be some big double cross, and he's just going to really make us eat our own words. But always should try and forgive. Now, that's certainly different than actually forgiving. You should try to forgive, but there are certain things that are beyond forgiveness. All right, here we go. 100%. Pow! Ooh, boy, look at all that silage. Let's see, what is that? That's 2,467,444 liters of silage. Oh, yes. Oh, Bradford, just Jasper, yes, but Klaus, no. Ooh, that is actually a very scary point that you made there, Bradford. That is actually an incredibly scary point. All right, there we go. All right, let's go ahead and park this. We're going to cut right through. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and park. Right over here. I'm going to grab the this thing. What is this thing called? Forage pickup. That's it. And then just like that. Turn that off. Yes, turn that off. You know what? Hold on. Just to make sure I don't shoot myself in the foot, which has been known to happen from time to time. From time to time, I have been known to step in it. Let's not do that right now. Let's go ahead and go refill. Let's get some fuel. There we go. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Plenty of fuel. Plenty of fuel. Let's see. Bradford with the money. Absolutely. Let's collect on that. Bam. $41,000. Very, very nice. Should probably pay down the loan just a little bit. There. And look at that. We have got some fuel. Perfect. Excellent. Like I said, I'm absolutely thrilled with how today's stream went. Again, I hope you all enjoyed it, because I know I sure did. I had an absolute blast. Thank you all who stopped by tonight. Thank you everyone who participated in the poll. I think we got a winner. I think we're going to be going to Dredge Creek, Alaska in our next Let's Play series. So, going to go ahead and end the poll. 25 people responded. So, that is by far and away the most I've ever gotten. Bradford says, Klaus almost got you on the railroad tracks. Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did. So keep our fingers crossed that Klaus does not rear his ugly head again. And who knows? Maybe one of these days we'll make amends with Klaus the same way we did Jasper. So you never know. You never know. But again, 25 people voted for the survey today. For the poll. Dredge Creek, Alaska. That, I think, is the winner chicken dinner here for the next Let's Play series. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm genuinely thinking that it's going to be a lot of fun. Even though it's going to be on a kind of shorter timeline, it's, yeah. We'll see how the series goes. Like I said, I hope that everyone follows along with the series and we'll enjoy it going in the future. But as I mentioned, I hope that you enjoyed this live stream. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing to show us you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.